So we're waiting. I'm in the space. We're waiting to hear what he says. Um, I don't know, man. Elon says that there was a DDoS attack on X, which is unlikely, but that's where we're at right now. I don't know if they're still gonna have it, but nothing's being said right now. Nothing's being said. I'm in the space. I finally got in, and that's what we're left with. We're left with silence. Nothing but silence. I don't know what to say. You're in too? Oh yeah. Yeah, nothing's being said. It's just silence. So well, here we are. In the meantime, between time, FBA idiots are getting calmed by Kamala Harris. They constantly want to say, "Oh, she's speaking truth. She's speaking truth." Okay, now what? What's the plan now? Let's say she's speaking truth. Now what? What do you do after that? It's a Twitter space? Yes, it's a Twitter space. Everyone's in a Twitter space right now. I forgot I blocked Elon. Oh yeah. Elon is now here. Both speakers are silent. Elon just joined. We're waiting for Trump and Elon to start talking. It's about to be a giant circle jerk. But I'm curious if anything of like relevance or importance is going to be discussed. Or if it's just going to be another, how do you do it? Can you tell us, Trump? How do you put up with the woke mob? How have you managed to survive the woke mob for this long? Oh, boy. Lucas be talking out both sides of his mouth? No. I just be speaking truth. That's how truth works. Sometimes Democrats are going to be right. Sometimes Republicans are going to be right. You Negroes want allegiance, right? You want an allegiance to one party. Or allegiance to everything that somebody says is going to be accurate. It's not true. It's not how it works. What Coulter said was true, but where does it get you? Nowhere. It doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't move the needle. And that's what you don't understand. So Mofos is just celebrating. She said FBA. Oh, look, she said foundational black American. She said foundational black American. Okay. Now what? We want reparations. Nigga, do you know how to get reparations? What are we talking about? This is what I'm talking about. Y'all are being led by fucking idiots. How the fuck are you going to advocate for political change when the people you listen to don't know fucking anything about politics? Make it make sense. You tell me the FBA plan for reparations. I'll listen. Hell, I'll see if I can help. Y'all don't have a plan. Y'all got a bunch of Twitter spaces. Twitter spaces ain't gonna do anything. So that's what needs to be said, and that's what a lot of these goofies need to understand. But they seem to be in a cult and are trying to try to pass it off as a lineage. No, this isn't a lineage. This sounds like a cult. This sounds like are you or have you ever been a part of the Communist Party? You're why we need the wall? Bruh, you're not getting the wall and you're not getting mass deportation. Niggas don't understand that. It's not clicking in your head. But like I said, most black men are politically fucking retarded. It's as simple as that.
All right, hello everyone.
Oh, he's on.
My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say,
Uh-huh.
and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, um, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. Um, and this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. Uh, and so you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation. So um, honored to Donald, great uh, to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually, those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And
Yeah.
so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Um, well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that
What was incredible
your
about it?
your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. Um, you instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, um, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying,
Yeah,
"Fight,
that's
fight,
fucking
fight!" And I think
stupid.
that's, I mean, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Not pleasant, I
It's
have to
not
be honest.
pleasant.
I said there was
I
blood. I
mean,
had
being
more
shot is
blood.
not
I didn't
much
know I had.
fun.
I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very, I
Absolutely.
guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody you have instances like this, or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation, and I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear,
Yeah,
and because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, "Bullets, bullets!" Get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was
yeah.
for those
Split
people that
second.
don't believe in God. I think yeah, we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. but it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect
Yeah.
angle, and all
Okay.
because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart
I
even
mean,
more
maybe
now
it's a
than I
sign.
ever.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's a sign, you know.
Sign of
it's an
what?
immigration sign.
You
Yeah,
highlighted a serious issue, and
yeah,
at that moment,
that's right.
the bullet missed your, you know, hit your ear, but you know, missed your head. I mean, your,
Well,
you know,
the
yeah,
amazing thing is that
What?
the sign. I said, bring down that sign on immigration, and it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good, and after that it was going to
yeah,
be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was
yeah,
exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey,
yeah,
who, a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper.
He
He
wasn't a
was
great gentleman.
just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "All right, that's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I don't mind at all." And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife, and you know, she said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back," which is a nice thing for
sure,
somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great, and we raised a lot of
yeah,
money for
How
them and
how's
for
that nice thing say after
two
someone
other
cuts you a
gentlemen
check for
who
a
are
million?
unbelievable people. Also, they were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them
yeah,
equally. And we thought
yeah,
my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me, and I said, "How many people were killed?" Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous
yeah,
thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, "How many people have been killed?" Because I knew there were other shots being fired,
sure,
and they said, "We don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt." And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper,
yeah,
because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem, and he was
yeah,
able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but
yeah,
he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium, and he saw the smoke and the flame from the gun, immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do
yeah,
that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot of people, a lot more people could have been
sure,
badly hurt and killed. So
yeah,
I have to
absolutely,
take my hat off to him because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and
yeah,
he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden, he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to
sure,
act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. I obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which assume you have
yeah,
to have in that particular work. But he took
absolutely,
aim very quickly, and it was they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range,
yeah,
one bullet. If that didn't happen,
yeah,
because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up
sure.
there with him, so could
Well,
have been very.
I mean that's clearly you know, he was very competent in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean there does seem to be I mean some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? Um, that seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen?
Well, you know, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people,
Yeah,
because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and
right.
Trump all over
I
it,
saw the videos.
and she's screaming, "That guy's got a gun!" You know, you saw it probably.
Yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah.
a
No, I
guy
saw
up
the
there with
videos.
a
I
gun.
mean,
So.
it's like I guess I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are, you know, basically people wandering by, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem
Yeah,
crazy.
well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and
Yeah,
he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun and he fell down. Actually, very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly, but
okay.
he fell down, and he did. From what I understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun, and the shooting started very quickly after that.
Oh my
I
God,
think it
bro.
forced the
What
shooter
is
to go maybe
this?
quicker. You're supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah,
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf,
yeah,
sinking a 2-foot putt.
yeah. It's not a tough
No,
shot.
it's not a
Um,
Yeah.
long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the
yeah,
distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. Look, uh, it's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on I think they're screaming, but other people also because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd
yeah,
control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot
yeah.
of people get killed with those stampedes. We had
Sure.
more people than you'd have at some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and uh,
Yeah,
and a lot of press too. There were many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so
yeah,
sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee, you didn't have anybody stampede,
sure.
nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like I mean, I tell you,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people
Sure,
because
sure.
it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down, but the Secret Service
Yeah,
guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing by,
Oh
yeah,
man.
and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, uh, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that that building should have been covered, and
It should
yeah.
be
that
called
was a
Noon
big
with
Like,
thing.
Narcissists.
looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the number one spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like the if you were to pick like what is the favorite, what if you so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building, the
You're
roof of
right.
that building would be number one.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you can ask for a better
No,
location. It's like number
no, that
one.
would have been the spot.
Um,
You know what people think
yeah,
is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And
Bro,
then when
what
he
is
yeah,
got his head
this?
just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they
yeah,
think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast, and maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he uh,
yeah. But
he
as you
got
said,
me, but
he
it
would have
could have
hit.
been
I mean,
could have been a much
yeah.
bigger problem.
He- But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So like there was a it was a very near thing.
It was a
So
miracle. If I hadn't
um,
turned my head,
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would
well,
not be talking to
Bro, what is
we'll
this,
see from
fam?
another realm,
you.
perhaps.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. We'd be talking from a
so
different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake if somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been pretty
yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something, because I've done, I think, over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes
Oh
they'll
my
say, sir,
god,
could you
bro.
wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something, right? And
yeah,
that happens
yeah,
often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it
yeah.
didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it
Okay.
was your I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I found admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action.
How is that
And so I just
bravery to
want to
stick
say
your head
that
up after
I think
you
a lot of
just
people admire
got?
your courage under fire there.
Okay.
And
Well,
yeah, so
thank you very
yeah,
much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher, and I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else
yeah,
because it was such a lot of blood, and they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit in more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think.
Oh my
And
god.
I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important
Is
for me to
this
let them
yeah,
is
know
this
that.
crazy?
And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I
yeah,
got up because they didn't know, was I alive. You really couldn't tell when I stood up before the hand, before the fist in the air. Uh, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody
Mm.
did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was pretty
yeah.
amazing. It was a
Well,
terrible thing, but
it was
really amazing.
incredibly moving. Yeah. Um,
Hmm.
well, and I mean, speaking of the, the sort of slide that got you to turn that uh, saved your life really was the illegal immigration
Right,
slide. Maybe this
that's right.
maybe this it's worth talking about that
It
since
was. It was.
that slide
You're
saved your
right.
life
No,
basically.
the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it was. And I
I
had to
know
be at
that's
that
the
exact angle.
Illegal immigration
I mean
saved his
that's the
life?
right one.
Wait, what?
Saved by illegal
You know
immigration.
the incredible
100%.
thing though, when
Saved
you
by
talk
illegal
about the
immigration?
odds, you had
Is
to be
that what he said?
exactly at that angle. But the
Yeah.
incredible thing is that the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right, and it's always at the end of the speech. So here
Yeah.
we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and
Yeah. Yeah.
that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it
Yeah.
would have been a very different story. It's very much, I I say, an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm
Sure.
honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted with a
Well, I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
Yeah,
That's
yeah, as you
prior
were
to
saying.
being so
pretty
horribly
funny.
interrupted.
Yeah.
But
Not gonna lie, that's
Yeah,
pretty
so
funny.
rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so
attempt.
but no, but the chart,
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week we had the best
As I
illegal
was saying,
immigration numbers, meaning stopping.
that's pretty funny.
It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart; it's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart.
yeah,
But that was the lowest
yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Uh, Guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. All these are all people that they've been on television. They says the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if people, many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed.
Hmm.
If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting
Yeah,
literally records, and I all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes,
sure.
and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, um, but that but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted
Yes,
illegal immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, um, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that
hundred
accurately
percent.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked
Yeah.
because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's
Yeah.
saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. Uh, no tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a
I don't
policy. They
know
were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people
how much they
horribly.
would get for
And then
that.
all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible, and I think it's
Wouldn't that
also
be a
hitting them very
benefit?
hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job in the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never
History of
been
the
a
world.
country in history that has had a catastrophe like
I
this.
don't know
We
why that's a
had,
bad thing.
I believe, and I think
As
you
far as
believe
someone
this too,
taking
you hear
policy,
12
like if it's a
million,
good
30.
policy, why wouldn't
I
you take
believe
it?
it's over 20 million people came into our country,
Yeah.
many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is
Yeah.
insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're
Yeah.
coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are uh, stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're
Oh
coming from
boy,
all
here
over
we
the
go
world.
with Israel.
And you look at it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a
Yeah.
defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah. No. I think it is. essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border, and
And
uh,
secure elections
you
too.
know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities, um, and as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, and I think I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Um, who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. Um, but some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's if somebody's like you know, has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're in such a target-rich environment. Um, I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because I mean, it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in
So doesn't
LA
that
or New
undermine your
York,
point? If it's so
compared to other
easy
parts of
and
the
people
world.
are bad,
And in a lot of places in America,
then it
if you try to
clearly
stop
isn't
the
that easy,
person who's
right?
robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's insane.
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to
Oh,
tell you,
great.
Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say because it's such a downer
How are
to
the
say it.
police
I
not
hate to
allowed to
say
do
it.
their job?
I hate it, but uh, you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
Yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers, they're taking, frankly, their prisoners, they're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did
Yeah,
that.
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happen today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for
Yeah.
murder and all sorts of things, and they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people, and it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because now she's trying to say she
Sure.
had nothing to do with it, and she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
had nothing to do where the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was
Well.
the
Well.
border czar, and people
Yeah. Yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down; he
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But uh, the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's
I mean,
horrible.
whether it's a question of intention or competence, either
Okay.
way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, and you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the
Mm.
video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this made up or real? And I'm just seeing people stream across the border, and and I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly. So
These are
people can look at my video and say,
Who's
hey,
the people
these people look friendly,
that
and that wasn't
initiated
super friendly. So
these are
segregation,
people that
Jim
Elon would
Crow?
not be the same man
Who are the people
if he
that
had
did
to walk
slavery
across
here in
the
the
street and
States?
look these people in the eye. These are rough
Who
people.
are the
These are
people
really rough people coming across.
killed and
And I know rough
pillaged
people.
for
And
land?
these are people that we don't want in our country.
Like,
And the
what are we
caravans are
talking about
coming
here?
in, and they're putting, and who's
Well, they
doing
don't
this
look
are the heads
friendly.
of the countries. And you would be doing
yeah,
it, and
Huh?
so would I. And everyone would say, "Oh, what a terrible thing to say." The fact is,
They think that if
it's
you do it with
brilliant
the
for
suit
them
and
because
tie,
they're
then it's
taking all
better.
of their bad people,
Who are the
really
people
bad
that
people.
caused the
And I
economic
hate to
crash
say
of this
this,
country last time?
the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would
As
think
long as you
is
do it
they're
in a
also
suit and
taking
tie,
the
it's acceptable.
non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them, but
Come
these are
on
people
now.
that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not
yeah.
workers, or they don't want to work, or whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases, and they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are
Yeah,
really brutal people. And they're coming into our country
yeah,
at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years,
yeah. No, no.
we have 20 million people
I
poured
think is
in. It's a terrible
Yeah, I
thing.
think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's
What is
been for
this
the
open
past,
borders?
3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country
You don't
left
have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El
Damn, he
Salvador,
dropping like flies.
Guatemala, and Mexico, the four. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from
Yeah,
everywhere. And I had to stay in
yeah, I think
Mexico.
this is a super important
Yeah.
point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico. To
No,
be clear,
Mexico
it's
less,
it's just it's just
less
it's
than
just the
the others.
border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of
It's
Earth,
Earth.
and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in the
We're
U.S.
already
So
overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York. New York, and I love that place, and what they're doing to it is horrible, what they're doing to it. And all the courts do is they
yeah,
try and focus on Trump. Okay, then let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa, from the Congo, they're coming from the Congo, and 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they're dropped. They drop them. They take them out of jails, which is very expensive, to maintain the jails. Although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons. They take them out, and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, "Don't ever come back, or you're going to be executed." And they don't want to come back, but they won't come back.
sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South
Well,
America.
just
They're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just a, it's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible.
Well,
So
Elon, we're going to have
that's
just to
yeah.
finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this
How?
country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. and you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
tell you what, Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% uh, put into the United States. The same with other countries. Some
sure.
are at 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at
I
100%.
want to
Why
know
wouldn't
how
you
he's
put
going to do this mass
100%?
Yeah,
deportation. That's what I'd
And
like to
they're
know.
doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget,
Third-rate phony candidate.
I beat Biden. He
I've
failed in the
never heard him
debate
say a third-rate
miserably.
phony candidate
And,
before in my
some
life.
people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this: we cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's
Does this have
incompetent.
any
She's as
effect on
bad as
reparations?
Biden in a
No.
different.
I
yeah,
She
highly
hasn't
doubt
done an
Elon's going to bring up
interview
reparations with
since
Trump.
this
yeah,
whole scam started. And say what you want. This
yeah.
was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United
Boy,
States. He
here we go
didn't
with the
want to
coup
leave, and
talk.
they said we can do it the nice
Yeah.
way or we can do it the
No.
hard way.
Yeah. No, I mean, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically
Here
shot
we
him.
go.
Oh, what they did
Biden.
with this guy,
So
and I'm no
yeah.
fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the
Then what's
reasons he
the
was so
issue?
bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
And we wouldn't have had
yeah.
Afghanistan. But we think of it,
Well, yeah.
you take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have
No,
no
no, you're. Yeah.
inflation was caused by oil.
Shut up, Elon. Let him talk.
Yeah, no. I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are, are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do, and do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would they rightfully be. I mean, look at that the footage of the assassination. They're like, okay, uh, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, but whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I
Hmm.
know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was a big
What?
oil pipeline, the biggest, I think, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say,
Yeah.
Bro,
I
so
love
Putin
Russia. I was a friend
discussed
of Putin, and I
how
love
he
Russia.
wanted
No,
Ukraine?
he actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline, the biggest pipeline. They were looking at that to
Yeah.
fund, and this pathetic president gets in there. And the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut
Apple
down,
of his eye.
he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000
Think
people,
South Park made an
pipeline
episode of
workers.
this election?
Shuts it down.
Probably.
That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the uh, XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline. He
Yeah.
shuts that down and he approves the Russian pipeline,
Yeah. It doesn't make any
right?
sense. It's like it's inconsistent. Um, Certainly but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners, the 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 the, the, the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security. Because
What?
there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
And
them.
that
Are
puts
they?
that
They're
puts the
talking
whole
like
world in danger.
children.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know
Yeah.
Putin. I know
Elon is
President
fucking
Xi. I know
retarded.
Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, "Oh, this is terrible." He said, "I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game.
I find it
They're
hilarious that they
tough,
talk
they're
about tough, tough,
smart,
tough,
they're
and they
vicious,
don
and they're
Kamala
going to
top
protect their
cop.
country, whether they
Who
love
would be
their
more
country. They
tough?
probably
The
do.
top
It's just a
cop.
different form of
I,
love.
this
But
is
they're going to
like,
protect their country.
this
But
doesn't
these are
make any
tough people
sense.
at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even
Yeah.
believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. You know, when I was there,
Oh, here
and
we go with the
I say
bootlicking
it
of
with
Israel.
respect, because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was
Of
broke
course.
because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll
Yeah.
pass.
Yeah.
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And
Instruments
it
of
was
terror.
amazing.
I love
In
it.
fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We
Mm.
were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no money,
Yeah.
and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And you know, it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. You know, getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with
Yeah.
Kim Jong Un when I met with President Obama just before entering. You know, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, "What's the biggest problem?" He said, "North Korea." I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and all the different things,
Yeah.
but all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they
Those
were
were
no,
like
they were epic
absolutely
everything. He said
Epic
that he
everything.
has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little
Yeah.
Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a
Bro,
sudden I got a call from
this is a
him
TV show.
and they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met,
Yeah.
as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were
Yeah.
in no danger. But
Yeah.
President
Oh,
Obama,
my
It's
Lord.
because,
President
there
Obama
was
thought
there
we
was
were going to
fun.
end up in a
Yeah.
war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's
Yeah.
got a
It's
lot
not
of
true.
nuclear stuff too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear.
It's
He can do plenty of damage.
it's
So
yes. I mean, it's because I mean, people like Kim Kim Jong Un, they respond to
yeah,
strength, not weakness.
well,
And
he
if you
and I
project
had a good
strength,
relationship.
you're good.
Remember,
Yeah.
I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
Let's
That
bring
was
up
cool.
Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. You know, I always
Yeah.
say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness,
What is
forced
this?
Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The
Comedy
biggest
skit.
threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries
Well,
now that
yeah.
have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right?
Hmm.
And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things
There's nothing on
that
the board
were
that goes as low.
so
What?
stupid that war would have been that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything
Yeah.
the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disaster.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the two armies, you lost 500,000 people, and
Yeah.
Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw
Yeah.
the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story, but if you think about it, Russia's gone. Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force,
Yeah. Sure.
and it's
Of course.
very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight, and we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that, and a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had
Yeah.
a man that actually made it. It made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this
Stupid
guy's
threats
going to
coming
cause
from
us
a
a war.
stupid
He's going to
face.
cause us. And let me tell you,
Oh
Yeah.
it
my
can lead
lord,
to
bro.
World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a
Yeah.
World War III right now for no reason
No,
whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's
What?
game over for humanity, and it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things
And
we're going to do is
it's
we're going to
yeah,
build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. And we're going to
What?
have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United
He's gonna
States. But we're
build
going
an
to have
Iron
we're going to have
Dome?
protection, because it just takes one maniac to start something. We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places
yeah,
have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But with all of that being said, to me that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear
Ugh,
about the economy
God.
and the fact that they
absolutely sure.
can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries.
He's gonna
The
build an Iron
inflation
Dome.
has
Alright.
killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot, and we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a
Yeah, yeah.
forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, do you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No, they
you.
could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. it's pretty sad
What
when
questions
you
he
think
asked?
that
He
somebody
asked
that does this
the
for a
first
living can't
question
answer a question or is
was
afraid to do an
about his
interview. And in
assassination
her
attempt.
case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes,
But the
absolutely.
big thing now is the
Well,
economy, Elon.
yeah,
And as much as
yeah,
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have
Oh
to.
boy.
If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it
yeah,
doesn't matter what you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using
yeah.
all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening, and we'll end that
Well, I think
quickly.
a lot of yeah, a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services,
That's right.
that's inflation. Um, so really, we need to have we need to
Man has a
reduce our
childlike
government spending,
understanding.
and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not
Right.
sensible? And
Government
we need to live within
efficiency
our
commission.
means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit every roughly
Right.
every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceed the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion,
It's interest.
and it keeps
Yeah, I
growing.
rebuilt our military,
Okay.
largely rebuilt our military, did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old. And we did a great job in that. Then by the way, then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers
Yeah,
of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy
yeah,
prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you.
thank
That
you.
doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But
Mm,
but the
Thank you.
gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has
Sure.
to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to
oh
Yeah.
drill,
my
baby,
god,
drill.
bro.
They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable, wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say
Yeah.
that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going
Sure.
to need a lot of
Well, I mean,
electricity. You're going to need tremendous
yeah.
electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government
Yes.
spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does.
waste is incredible, and nobody
It
negotiates
is.
prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point.
Okay.
I mean, I went through it like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general said, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing. which is basically two planes, two 747s, and the price was
Yeah.
$5.7 billion for two planes. Now they're
Wow.
highly sophisticated.
That's
They're
insane.
even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very. I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's
Sure.
5.7. I
That's a crazy
It's a
number.
crazy number, but I said I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. Other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one, and I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, and you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items, and
Multiply it by
yeah,
a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and yeah, yeah.
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, if so, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. I'd be happy to help out on such a commission
I'd love
if
it.
it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I
Oh
mean, I look at
boy,
what you do. You walk in.
what is this?
You want to quit? They go on
Yeah.
strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to
Yeah, by
help
the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But
A
Yeah.
chat.
congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA, and he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like
Yes. Exactly.
2,000%. They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. We have. I think we
Yeah.
have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They
Yeah.
don't include a lot of the items that should be included. You know.
Oof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just so many departments you can't even name them all, and what Malay is doing is he's cutting government spending, he's simplifying things, he's having putting in regulations that make sense, and I and we're Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement
That's
in
right.
prosperity, but it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that um, Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. Um,
Right.
in the like in the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have
They're
phenomenal
feeding each other's ego,
reserves
self-sustaining.
of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Uh, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7, but we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where
Yeah.
where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He he's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the
Yeah.
50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15
Yeah.
of them, or 20 of them will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. Uh, you can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of
Yeah.
these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well run,
Sure.
and maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of the land, or the sun, and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, they'll actually be forced to do better, because it'll be a pretty bad situation.
Yeah.
But if you think
Well,
about it,
yeah.
you'll have some
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than
Yeah.
half what it is in Washington. And
Yeah.
these people don't care
Well,
about the
yeah.
students in these, faraway states, and it'd
Well,
be unbelievable.
yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each individual if each state has to compete against other states, then people will
That's
naturally
right.
move to states where it's better.
Well, like
Um,
California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through it. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But
yeah.
but some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do a good at initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that
Yeah.
the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little
Yeah. Yeah.
monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English, as an example. Give us a
Yeah.
little English, right?
Sure,
I'm
Right?
yeah.
sorry, I'm
No, but no,
zoning out. I'm
if you think
trying to
about it,
follow,
some of these governors
but it's
are
difficult.
doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul
It's
sales.
actually
It's just
amazing.
people moving out.
Isn't it
Oh my
amazing to you
God.
as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? Uh, I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I
Yeah,
mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses, and their taxes are already really high? The taxes are among the highest
yeah.
taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job, and they're crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's
Well,
not a good
I think there's.
situation.
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal
Right,
government.
right. Well, you're
That's
gonna
that's
you're
the
gonna
only thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them to change.
You'll
Am I
remember the
crazy, or is
area in
Elon's
California
whole
where they had
empire
that, where I
built off
guess
of
somebody
subsidies?
had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very
Yeah,
nasty
yeah.
for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that I mean the larger point here too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation. And if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well, the
deal.
people that got hurt
Um,
worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago,
sure.
when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at
Yeah,
it's
it's.
sticker
I
shock.
think
They
it.
call it
Yeah,
sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living
Right.
standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation. Like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had
That's right.
anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if it was
Elon, we
those two things, yeah, those are the big
yeah
deals.
we set a record. We did more deregulation and more uh, restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did
Yeah,
radical cuts on all of that, and a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever, maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But if had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But
yeah,
had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle income people, not only businesses. But we did it for
sure,
businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the
yeah,
great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that uh, African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from
mhm,
the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better. and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and
Sure.
we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about, like, maybe my views on, climate change
Yeah,
and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume, because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and I, the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other
sure.
countries, and it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is
Bro,
like,
what
we
is
do
this,
over
man?
time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of, I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there for, it's not infinite. Um, and there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is, like, we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not, like, we don't need to rush, and we don't need to, like, stop farmers from farming, or you know uh, prevent people from having steaks, or
Right,
basic stuff
right.
like that. Like, you can leave the farmers alone,
I agree.
in
How
my opinion.
crazy is that? Where
I mean,
you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is
yeah,
a
that's
little
silly.
crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I do say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car. Fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah,
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove to get rid of it. He ended
yeah.
it. His uh, his secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly, because not
Okay.
only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure,
Yeah.
really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, you know, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during
I
that
yeah.
during that
I mean,
time,
my
something will
estimate.
come around that will be
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and my estimate would be, a little more uh, aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of, like, we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, my view is, like, if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. Uh, y- I mean, I think some of that, it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from two or
Right.
three to, say, 5. And then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because, like, that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like, just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like
Bruh,
that's
what
considered
is
like an
this?
industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so so it's you know, that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live in. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, yeah, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. Um, so it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without vilifying the oil and gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term. I think this can be done without, but people can still have, a
Oh my
stake.
God,
They can
bro.
still drive gasoline
Sure.
cars, and it's okay. It's like, it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. And I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla's trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars, we don't believe that environmentalism, that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I made this sexy joke: Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. Um, but I don't know, I like cheesy humor, so um but I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an
Bro, what are
inspiring
we
future,
learning from
and
this?
Yeah.
let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing
Right.
people.
I'm okay.
You know.
It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and
That
it
would be
just seems
smart.
like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first, but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good,
Yeah.
at least in certain areas of the country where you have the world
Sure.
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an
Didn't he
immediate
just say
problem
this?
because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have
He
major
just talked
nuclear,
about
and
this.
probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're
But we're
way
going
lower.
around
Russia and us are
in
number
circles.
one, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even
Yeah.
surpassing. But to me, the biggest
Yeah.
problem is not uh, climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk
Yeah. Yeah.
about
Nuclear power is underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War
Yeah.
III,
Oh,
I will. But the
okay.
truth is that you have to because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is
Yeah.
a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation is
Absolutely, you're
underrated,
right.
and it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. Um, and if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining
Right.
operation, And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
Maybe they'll have
sort
to
of
change the
have it,
name. The name is just, it's a rough name. There are some areas
yeah, it's a rough
like when
name.
you see what happened in,
Good bad
right,
branding. The
we'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. You know, no,
No,
it has, hey, it has a branding problem. You know, when you see what happened,
it does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the
What?
problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You know, you realize it's pretty bad,
No, that's not true.
but you're
Well,
right
no,
about it. It's amazing.
it's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually it's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. Um, and and I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant, and
Yeah, but you haven't
because the
been
danger
feeling
is
so
just
well lately, and I'm worried about it.
no, but I mean
I'm
it's just
only kidding.
it's
I'm only
fine,
kidding.
it's
What?
like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well, that's
clearly
great.
not
That's great.
something that
That's
um,
great.
so it's not as scary as people think, basically. But
Yeah.
um, let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Oh, like
Yeah, you think?
lawfare. I think
Well,
we need to be
eh,
concerned about.
what they've
What
done
did
Um,
to
he
this
say?
country.
obviously,
Yeah.
What was it?
yeah.
Well, we just won the big
I mean,
case in Florida. This was a Biden
What was it that?
administration did
Fuck.
something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local uh, attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled
yeah,
Fani, Fani, and it's
yeah,
all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, the one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before,
sure,
and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare.
yeah,
It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never
yeah,
happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what
yeah,
happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does
yeah,
he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing
right,
that
right,
for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he
yeah.
can't lift it.
Oh boy.
The whole thing is
Well,
crazy.
he's clearly not, I mean, he's clearly like we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously
president,
the
and
case.
she's going to be worse than him
Um,
because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location,
How?
and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never
What
find
state
the
is
people
that?
unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. our
Yeah.
country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying
I
to
don't know
protect.
how a
Now
top
she's
cop
looking
is
like
radical
she
left.
wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than
Well,
Trump.
yeah.
I want a wall. I
I
want,
think that's
you know, she
yeah,
wants to release all the
yeah,
prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
right.
That just
What?
came
When
Yeah,
out
did that
today.
happen?
She wants. She
yeah,
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships. They're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel, and the wall. You know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and
She
that's
said
why
what
we have
earlier
such good
today?
numbers. I was going to add
yeah,
200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant I said, "Wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders." She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border.
Oof.
It's such a lie.
yeah. This is simply not
Yeah,
true. This is simply not
no, and
true.
everybody
Yeah,
knows
it's
it's
simply not
not true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she can
Yeah.
say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far
Worse
left.
than
How is
Bernie
she far,
Sanders.
far left?
She is considered
Worse than
Yeah,
more
Bernie
liberal by
Sanders?
far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic. And if she's
How?
going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore.
How?
And she'll go back to all of
yeah,
the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You no. Now all of a
yeah,
sudden she's
yeah.
saying, no, I will. I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, uh, they won't vote for her. You know, like like the
Yeah.
Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard
Yeah.
thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think
Um,
it's highly
that's
disrespectful.
And
And I
Netanyahu?
say, if you're a
Why does it
Jewish
always go
person or if
back
you
to
believe in Israel, if
Netanyahu?
you're a person that,
Why does it
a
always go
very
back to
pro
Israel?
Israel, if you vote for her,
Oh
it's
my
worse than
God, bro.
Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's
yeah,
appropriate, swamped. But they
yeah.
swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles,
So,
they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole
yeah,
place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you,
yeah,
she'll be worse than him because she's a believer
yeah. No,
in
I
being
think you're right.
radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last like month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well,
Um, so I
her
think that
running mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now
yeah,
that's
yeah,
all
that's
I have
weird.
to hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means she
Yeah,
believes in that too. I mean,
yeah, that's
she
not
picked
okay.
this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her
What are
as a
you saying?
president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as a president, I don't think our country can survive.
Oh boy.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble. frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election, and I mean that's I'm just stating my opinion. Um, Now, you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on the during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on
How is
Americans from
misinformation
other countries.
censorship?
And what do
Sir,
you think about that?
oh
Well, I
my
know
gosh.
the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them.
My head is
And
killing me.
yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. You know, we have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it, and that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, you know, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. It's if you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in,
Yeah,
and they're in much greater risk. They they're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the
yeah,
Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is uh, they're in for 70 something million. I think even less than that, billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that,
Land
they're right
interview
near
with
there, and
Trump
they're
or
all sort of in
Harris?
that location. We're not. But they
yeah,
Uh,
should, they
I
should, and
haven't
I
been
did it with
contacted by
NATO.
either, but if I
There
do,
were only 7
I'll
countries that
definitely
were
have it.
paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States
yeah.
was
Yeah,
the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I
yeah,
went in and I said, you
yeah,
got to pay up.
Oh
If you
my
don't pay up,
god,
we're
man.
not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in, and
I
yeah.
still have
I
yet
think
to hear
a
like
lot of the public
certain
isn't aware of the
policies or
fact that
his
the
vision for
United
the
States
country for the
pays a
future.
disproportionate share
It's
of
all
NATO
been the
expenses,
past.
and then we get
even though
taken advantage of on trade. So think
yeah,
about it.
well, I
Like,
mean, the
what
point
is
of
gonna
NATO is to
what
defend
do you
Europe
plan on
against
doing differently for us in the future?
it's like then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to
Sorry,
defend
Lucas, maybe I'm
Europe
tired. I
than
have work in the
Europe?
morning. But
That
what
doesn't
is
make
this?
sense.
Thanks for
That's
your
unfair.
work.
And that isn't
It's an
appropriate
interview
because
between
Well,
Elon and
when you
Trump
talk
that's going
about
on
so
cost
live.
cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about
Who
the
we got a
Ukraine
mass suite? I
situation
don't
than
know.
I do
Maybe the
because I
Harris
know it would have
campaign?
never happened. I know
That's what I'm
Zelensky,
thinking. Maybe
he was very
Harris
honorable to me
HQ?
because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great
But
phone
if I
call.
get it,
He
that
could
would
have
be wild.
grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are
yeah, yeah,
lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
yeah,
Now, they've taken advantage
yeah,
of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well,
More
I
like
think it's
someone
obvious
hearing
that
himself talk.
you're a believer and an advocate of free speech
I
because
mean, this is a
during your
presidential
first term as
nominee.
president,
So,
you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks,
Preacher Commando's trailer, I
you
haven't
didn't
seen.
try to shut down the media, you didn't try to uh, inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that
By
you and
calling them
I
the
and,
enemy of
and
the
some people,
people?
very few, we can
What?
get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not
No.
smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way.
Kamala's
She can't have
got
this
to
conversation.
have an
And
interview.
Biden
She
wouldn't
has
even
to.
have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but
Yeah,
no, he wouldn't have this.
that's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but you know, we cover a lot of territory. But the
What
beauty is that
territory?
you know, we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you
I'm
can actually
able
have a
to get it
conversation.
out without because I get treated unfairly
This
by
is
the
a really
press.
big point. You can actually have a conversation with you,
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
and you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like not. It's not possible.
That's true.
Um,
It's
so and they're
Kamala,
both
if
totally
you're
lefties,
listening,
no.
so it's just
bro,
like
Well,
let's
but think
prove
of it.
them wrong.
We need a man or
Let's have a
person
conversation.
unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear
Just to be
danger,
fair,
all the dangers
I'm not
I'm
gonna pull my
talking about.
punches.
And I got along with all these.
I'm
You know,
not
I got along
Spider-Man.
with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner. We had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way,
Lord.
he's the absolute boss over there. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?" Let,
that's for
let me
sure.
tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and
What?
and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But you know, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if
Yeah,
it's true. But we need really,
Oh Lord.
we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now you know
yeah.
Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is the whole
Yeah.
concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I
It
saw a
would.
picture of her
Yeah, yeah,
on Time magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing, and
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
she looked very much like our great first lady, Melania. She looked, didn't look,
Yeah.
she didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the
It's
future is
true.
going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach
Right.
new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future. Um,
They want the
I
American
think
dream
this,
back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. You know, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We
right.
could build high speed
Yep.
connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. Um, that it's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
That's right.
We've we already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you
Like,
did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
yeah,
You
and
don't
that's
even need much structure. Assuming you're in the right areas.
no, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do
Lord, bruh.
some things that like China's got incredible high speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the
Yeah,
world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an
and
American.
much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there. With people, with crazy
Yeah,
people, it's much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating, and I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains they call them, I guess, and they
yeah,
they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable. with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that um that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's
Yeah.
lives.
I worked very hard
And
on that.
you know
We got that
yeah,
down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I
yeah.
got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take
Yeah,
months, that improves people's lives. I
yeah,
think and but I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and
yep.
you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's
You
illegal.
just said
It
that,
takes forever, and then we
bro. This
we,
is
we
crazy.
just we
You
just
just said that.
ossify as a society. Uh, we can't make any
Yeah.
progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
Elon, just
So
getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. And but people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it
yeah,
approved where you can
yeah,
you basically you look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability, the country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
yeah,
Okay. And as you know, we got it
yeah,
done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58
yeah,
years. And it sounds simple, but it wasn't because I mean, the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
sure,
Somebody you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully you never need it. But if you
yeah,
do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People,
right,
if they had money, they go to
yeah,
Asia, they go
sure,
to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and
yeah.
die.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So Why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We
Um,
did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done. And I got it done, and it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that, generally speaking, would
yeah,
work. It's pretty crazy. You're
absolutely.
right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, and like these are the risks, these are this is the risk, and like you make your own decision.
Yeah.
Um, that makes sense.
Well, I think just,
So
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
yeah,
nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow.
Bruh, what is this?
What is it?
Well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people that
that's a
that,
big,
that
that's bigger than you said. You said 25, and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70, and I guess over a period of time. Hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds of
That's what they
millions.
say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an
Yeah.
honor. Yeah, I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it. And they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the
Yeah.
colleges over, I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Right.
all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden
Well,
migrant
yeah.
crime. Maybe I'll call it
Well,
Kamala migrant crime. But
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, do have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, three of her friends in three separate
crazy.
incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, did what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just
They
know that
always get away.
nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it because there's not. They know that there's not. They're not going to. People are not going to get prosecuted. They just let violent criminals out in New York
The only
with
one that gets
zero bail.
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They don't get, they
Does
prosecute
anyone know if
Trump.
Yeah,
that's
I mean
true in New York? I don't live
it's
in New
just
York,
obviously messed up
but I
Oh,
find that
terrible.
if
very
violent
hard to
criminals
believe.
are being getting off scot
Yep.
free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system. Um, the legal system is supposed to be protecting the
That's right.
public from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent,
Yeah,
and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell, but you get a judge and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool
yeah,
with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could
sure,
also be the other way though,
of course,
because it could start the other way in areas where they hate
exactly.
Democrats, and you get into a
Yep,
Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is
yep,
losing. New York
absolutely.
City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of
Yes,
justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So all of that stuff is important, but the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of
yeah.
inflation.
I think there's a lot of
Right.
opportunity. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
And I just
I
want
think
to
I
I want
think
to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets and
it's kind of you to say. Thank you.
tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So
Yeah.
it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I
Well,
congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring
What is this?
future that people can look forward to and be
Live in the
optimistic and
Bronx. They
excited
take
about what
reports
happens
and go
next.
after them.
And that's the kind
Gotcha.
of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now but if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's
Mm.
how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to
I
do a
think
lot of
that's a
things.
very real
Yeah,
risk.
it's a big
That's a
risk.
very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been. I'm not like, sometimes they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping the
What does
environment.
making electric
And
vehicles have to do with you
and
being
I
far
actually
right?
I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president. And so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'd call myself, uh, historically a moderate Democrat. But now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country.
Mm.
And uh, I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. And obviously, we're just going
Where
to
have
see
they gone?
an even further left uh, administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. I mean, she was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this up. Um, that's how she was brought up. So, uh, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road,
It's true.
and I think it will take if the path to, like, you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, and but I'm
A
just
separate video on
trying to
this
tell people
interview?
my honest
No.
opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before,
This is a
and
nothing
I'm just
burger.
trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left, and so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say, I think you should support um, Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an
Well,
honor to
yeah.
have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America. And
Bro,
now
what is this?
it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly.
Oh, boy.
And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at
Yeah.
us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
we have to take
Yeah.
them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it,
If
perhaps,
y'all don't
I
hit the
think
like button, stop playing with me.
these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system. Just, stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right wing positions? I think those are that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, the whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their
Yeah,
crime rates
definitely
all
not
over the world
okay.
are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay. So we'll go, you and I will go and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet. because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated, and they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And
What?
our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police, we have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their
Yeah.
job without being destroyed.
Well,
How are they not
absolutely,
allowed
and
to do
it's
their
obviously
job?
demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes,
They're not
and
doing
then
that.
you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA doesn't prosecute, and that's let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life uh,
Oh,
to arrest a violent felon
Well, even worse,
if
Elon,
nothing's going to happen?
even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they
why
prosecute the
though?
police officer and they take away his pension. They take away his
Yeah.
job.
Take away his
He
pension. When does
loses
that
his
happen?
family. He loses his house.
What?
Well,
What? What is it? What is
I
he
thought it was
talking
very
about?
telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York, and and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is
What?
I mean, that
What
is
is he talking about?
that is
I
that is a
guarantee
gross
that's not what
indignity
happened.
against the United States, and that's how. I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride?
I guarantee that's
Yeah,
not what
how
happened.
can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything.
You know?
We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you
Yeah,
had about six
yeah,
of
yeah.
these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot. They
Yes.
would be shot instantly. And they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own
Yeah.
country, if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness,
What is he talking about?
and
Yeah. It's
it's
just
such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you
we
have
yeah
crime, by the way,
yeah
because we don't do anything about
yeah
it.
yeah we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is
Well, we're going to
unacceptable.
change it,
Um,
and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you
Why is there
couldn't
no
get
like
them
camera?
back. And I
Because
said, really?
it's a
Oh, you
Twitter
can't get them
space.
back because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries, so you couldn't land the plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous?
The
And the
whole
answer
story
was
was proven false.
$750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept
yeah,
their.
it's
And you know what happened? They all called me,
yeah,
every
yeah,
one of them. They said, we would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many, the MS-13 is probably
yeah,
the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said, you're not getting any more economic aid. And once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for
yeah,
Obama.
yeah.
They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah, yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have uh whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So that if it's you can't have violent repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated,
That's right.
because they will obviously, by definition, continue uh, to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for
Right.
people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep empathy. You got to say like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to uh, hurt? Who are they might kill someone, they might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for
That's right.
criminals.
And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that,
Where's the
it's going
lie?
to
I
all
don't know
disappear.
anyone who
There's
has
never been a
empathy
society like this where
for
you're
the
allowed
person
to
who
do
raped
anything
somebody
you
or the
want
person
and
who
nothing
murders
happens. And
somebody
I'm talking about
more
violent
than the
crime.
person
And it's going to get more
who's the
violent
victim.
because these are really,
So I
really
don't know.
violent
Can you
people.
give me a
And
case
we're
where
going to get them
where
out of our
that's
country, and we're
happened?
going to get them
The only
back
case
to
that I'm
work,
aware of
because
would
they
be the
were
George
sent here
Floyd
by the
case,
presidents
and
and
that was by
the
the
various
right.
people that run those countries, and I know every one of those guys.
They
And they're
were more
smart people,
empathetic with
and they're
Derek
civilized
Chauvin than they
people,
were the
and
person
they
that he
really
killed.
think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem.
Amber
We took
Geiger's,
out
yeah, it's another
thousands of
case.
MS-13 gang members. We
So
brought them back. And now again, it's
it's
the same
quite the
old story. We
opposite
don't do it.
when
And
it
they
comes to
actually
the
gave
right.
them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So it's.
Because I didn't hear
I
anything
hope
about Botham
everybody's going
John.
to
I
vote for
heard what
Trump,
I
and
hear
we're
about
going to
Amber
get this
Geiger.
country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need
Breonna
it.
Taylor,
I didn't need.
another
I
one.
had a very nice
Yeah.
life. I didn't need
Oh, we can't
to go
Yeah,
through
yeah.
prosecute these
court
officers.
systems and go through all the other stuff
What?
and run
Like,
at the
it's
same
just
time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials
crazy,
with,
bro.
in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. This was, but I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're
Yeah,
going to
it's
stop
horrible. Like
crime.
the
And
facts speak for themselves. The
it's so
facts
incredible.
speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of
That's
cities
right.
because they know nothing is going to happen. Um, that's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. Um, so it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and
Right.
so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think um, and so I mean that's uh, why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I
So
appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense, but you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out
yeah.
and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all, where they have no money, where they
Yeah.
literally have no money. And then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're gonna do
Yeah.
we're gonna do some great things, and I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned, and I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over, and you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I
Yeah.
know everybody, and I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice, otherwise we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. Has been, to me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people. A great inspiration, and I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up, and I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election, and I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if
Yeah.
we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think
Well,
that's what it comes down to.
thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you
Sure.
got
Yeah.
I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Did I miss it? Did it just end? Was there anything else? It's over. That that was painful, bro. I don't know what to tell you, but that was painful, bro. That was extremely, extremely painful. So, yeah. Um, two-way circle jerk. I don't know. Lord in heaven, bro. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think I learned anything new from that interview. Like, there was nothing there that was like, oh, all right. Interesting. Like, calling Kamala Harris, a radical liberal is crazy to me. That just seems crazy to me. Like, I haven't heard anything she's done that would make her a radical liberal. Oh, I just split into 5 parts? Oh, my fault. There we go. I don't know. But one thing I wanted to talk about was, god damn it. Excuse my French. Lord. Was the Ann Coulter thing. Like, people were talking about, oh, Ann Coulter, Ann Coulter, Ann Coulter. I'm like, y'all are missing it. You guys are missing it. And then I want to see this movie. There's this movie I wanted to check out. It looks like a kung fu type of movie. It looks really good. Yeah, and I'm getting a whole bunch of, black people talking about, where's she lied though? Where's she lied though? I'm like, are you not? Hey, we're number one. Let's go. And I don't understand this foolishness, obsession with Ann Coulter. Amazing Lucas got it wrong. Like, how did I get it wrong? How is there already videos of me getting it wrong? That's insane. Let me make sure the phone lines are open, bro. Because, Lord, bro, these people, man. I honestly would like to know. Maybe I did get it wrong. I want to know.
Stop the cap.
Let's see.
Racism. It's for one.
I don't know who Sergeant Willie Pete is. I don't know if he's an actual sergeant. But let's hear. Let's hear. I'm always curious to hear what people say. Not really. Not always. In some cases, I'm just interested. I'm intrigued. Literally just did a video and now people, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. I'm like, okay, how did I get it wrong? Because I thought what I said was pretty well formed and based off of what she said. So I'm always interested in how people can be fucking retarded. I guess that's where my interest lies. How can people be fucking retarded? That's what I want to know. I'm international. You didn't know that? They know me all over. All over. Got some Africans. We got some Ukrainians. We have some Russians. Bro, that's just how it is. But let me see. Hold on. Because I'm trying to... Elon and his fucking ads, bro. You can't even run the ads, fam. It's just fucking crazy. Well, you are Asian Mexican. That is true. As an Asian Mexican, I really don't give a fuck about FBA, NBA, ABA, ADOS, LADOS. I don't care because I'm going to be fine. Me and my Mexican Asian people are going to be fine. Now, you niggas, I'm trying to help y'all because, I feel bad for y'all. That's all I'm saying. I feel bad for you. But at the end of the day, you don't have to agree with me at all. Like, it's your demise, not mine. I will gladly be like, I know black. Habla español? No, es no negro. Es no negro. Es no. I come from Guatemala. Sí, Guatemala, yes. Absolutely. Shit. May even be able to get some reparations if I say that. Yes, no, sí, Guatemala. Oh, you owe me money? Oh, okay, yeah, sí. These Negroes is fucking arguing about what they should call themselves. We FBA. No, we ADOS. No, we Black American. No, we African American. In the meantime, between time, every other race of people just like, are they fucking retarded? Are they stupid? Like, are they actually fucking like retarded? Fuck them tethers. Tethers? What's a fucking tether? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know what a tether is. I don't know their fucking jungle language. I don't know either. All right, well, let them settle it while we go make fucking money and, take over their communities and their property and kick them out. That's what's going on. But, Lord in heaven. Goofy. Bro, I posted something on my Twitter. This mofo was talking about, well, what should we call ourselves? My brain melted. Honestly, I'm getting closer to what fucking to what Urban says is that we're cooked. Cause it's just getting tiring of hearing people say stupid shit. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I'm just like, well, what should we call ourselves? Nigga, what we call ourselves is not the point. That's not the issue as far as what we call ourselves. Like, think, come on, think. Like, can you imagine that black people in the year 2024 would be arguing of, hey, what do we call ourselves? What? I don't. I'm just genuinely at shock, bro. Genuinely fucking shocked, bro. I'm genuinely shocked how fucking stupid, politically speaking, because we're very smart. Black people are very smart, but politically, we are fucking retarded. We really are, bro. We really are. And I would say a lot of that retardation falls on black men. That's where a lot of that retardation falls on. Because black women have been politically active. Now, you may not like as far as what they've done or how they voted, but they've been politically active. They're politically active right now with Kamala Harris. So I'm like, what have niggas been doing this entire time? How do you go from the Black Panthers and controlling the community to fucking arguing about, hey, what do we call ourselves? Like, have they really fucking pussified black men that bad? That's crazy to me. Because that's been their goal all along, is to emasculate black men. That's always been their goal. And it's starting to sound like that they fulfilled their goal, bruh. They fulfilled their goal. And at this point in time, it's become self-sustaining. That's what you have to understand. Once you fucking have destroyed the mind, the body will follow, bruh. The moment in time, the fucking Latino dude who killed Tamir Rice, or no, not Tamir Rice. Shit, there's been so many. I'm skipping the names. Not Tamir Rice. Trayvon Martin, Latino who killed him, and he's walking around. Black men is fucking cooked. Now, I didn't even think about that. I didn't put two and two together. But yeah, the moment in time, they'll fucking let that goofy mofo walk in the streets. But you step on their J's or you look at a Negro the wrong way, now you the ops. Now they have a problem with you. And a lot of that, like I said, has to do with post-traumatic slave syndrome. Because they know, I mean, this all stems from back in the day where they knew they could kill one another and be fine. But if you killed a white boy or you try to be in the presence of a white woman, your ass was grass. Literally. They chop you up and fucking make you fertilizer for the plantation. So that trauma has never been addressed. And you have people in the community who are exploiting that trauma. You have people in the community who are exploiting that trauma. And it's become so self-sustaining that not only has it become a business to attack black people, but now it's become a business to keep black people where they are. So if you are getting fucked from both ends, what are you going to do? You're going to be destroyed. That's what's going to happen. And that's what I've been telling black people. I told black people I told y'all a long time ago. I was like, listen, Negroes have about 5 years before it's a wrap. It's game over. I've said this. Everybody wants to be hee-ha, joking. But I'm like, how are you heeing and hawing when you're witnessing the destruction of people who you look like? Everybody wants to say B1, but no one's doing anything for B1. And that's what it's like, okay, why are Negroes so comfortable in these Twitter spaces? Why are they so comfortable saying all this stupid shit? But yet nobody is doing anything to prevent the white supremacy. No one's doing anything to prevent as far as the deterioration of the communities. Nobody's doing anything to prevent, the Democrats not doing anything when they get our vote. Nobody's doing anything to prevent these Sambos getting into office and positions of power. So it's like, what's happening here? What's the deal here? Even when I was conservative, and I still am conservative, but even when I was like hard on the right, I still had the same thing. Mofos want to say I was cooning and stuff, but everything that I said back then, I was fucking right 100%. 100%. Now, you may not have liked the fucking as far as the delivery, but the message was spot on. Now, I was always under the assumption that the white Republicans, they knew that, hey, the black people, they could do better. They need to do better. We can help them. But the problem is they just wanted to shit on the condition. They didn't want to do anything about the condition. So what's the point? What's the point there? I can't fuck with y'all now that we're in as far as situations, now that that there's been systems in disenfranchisement and oppression going on, but yet you don't do anything and you say, well, it's tough luck. lift yourself up by the bootstrap, then I know that you're also disingenuous. Then I know that you're not really conservative. Because if you were conservative, then you would be absolutely for reparations. It was fucking passed. It was promoted by a Republican president. The same person they want to constantly talk about free the slaves, also as far as the 40 acres and the mule. So it's just like, okay, now you two-face. So now where does that leave black people? Where that leaves us is with the Democrat Party. That's where it leaves us. So if I understand Negroes don't like a lot of the alphabet and a lot of the shit that they're doing, but you're going to get that on the right. The only difference on the right is that you're going to get that and then the N-word as well. That's what's going to happen. So I already know for a fact that the Republicans and everyone there are a bunch of hypocrites. They'll be talking about, alphabet. And then we see during CPAC, Grindr app is fucking blowing up. I'm like, no wonder y'all didn't want to have the Defense of Marriage Act reinstated. Because y'all sucking dick. Not that there's anything wrong with that, YouTube. I'm just saying, no wonder. No wonder you haven't heard a Republican talking about, well, we need to establish marriage between a man and a woman. Because no Republican believes that. Because they all getting dick up their ass. Not that there's anything wrong with that, YouTube. But now I understand. No wonder these motherfuckers don't want to talk about, traditional families and stuff like that. Because they all sucking dick. They got Caitlyn Jenner. They got Blair White. They got Dave Rubin. Now I understand what's going on. Oh, y'all have been compromised by the bussy. Gotcha. Bet. Understand. Well, if both y'all are about the bussy, but I don't have to worry about being called the N-word to my face from one group, then yeah, I'm probably going to go with that one group. Now, as Malcolm X said, he's between, the fucking two evils. But at the end of the day, you have got to use your vote to your advantage. If you knew that one group depends on your vote and you got nothing from your vote these all 60 years, you're the fucking retard. All you black Democrats or those who voted Democrat, you're fucking retarded. That has nothing to do with Democrats. You're a fucking retard. All Democrats did was expose black people to be fucking retarded when it came to politics. That's all they did. That's what you honestly have to understand. And the faster that snaps, the faster you'll take those fucking reins. The faster you'll be like, oh, wait, hold up now. Hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa. The problem is that you've slowly lost your hold on the reins. Because now the Hispanic, the Latino is going, I'll take those. Give me those. Thank you. Hiya, hiya. And now you in the passenger seat going, wait, hold the fuck up. What were you doing with the reins? You weren't doing anything with them, so we just took them. We going where we want to fucking go. Hiya, hiya. And now you want to blame the motherfucking horse. You can't blame the horse. You blame yourself. That's what you have to understand. Democrats exposed black people to be politically fucking retarded. That's what they did. Because if you believe that they didn't do anything and y'all kept voting for them for all these years, then I was actually on some G shit being a conservative and being a Republican. Hell, they treated, you name me as far as the same treatment that Democrats have given to any black influencer that I received as a Republican. I got to meet with Trump, got to talk to Kundis and the rest of them, got to meet with Ivanka, shake her hand, met Jared Kushner, You tell me, they treating these niggas like shit. I'm like, damn. Black, what the fuck is the point of a black influence? That's the crazy part when they want to say, oh, you're doing it for the money. There is no fucking money as a black influencer for the Democrat Party, like Schilling. They don't give the same checks that the Republicans do. That's not how that fucking works. I hope everyone understands that. These motherfuckers who whether it's Roland Martin or anyone else, they're not like fucking getting paychecks from the DNC. DNC don't give a fuck. That's what you have to understand. They don't care. You not having a whole bunch of influencers go to the fucking White House and shit like that's not fucking happening. They treat, as far as black people who are for the party, like shit. Honestly, they treat everyone who's for the party like shit. That's what they do. Unless you make a name for yourself, like Dylan Mulvaney or some shit, you're not getting invited to the White House. They're not going to know that you exist. You're not being brought on to CNN. You tell me a black influencer on YouTube who you believe is shilling for the Democrats. You tell me when's the last time they went on CNN. You tell me. You tell me when's the last time that went on MSNBC. They don't do that shit. That's the right. The right loves fucking influencers and stuff like that. They love that shit. They'll love, hey, a black face? Absolutely. Come on to Fox News. Absolutely. Come on to Newsmax. Come on. Absolutely. We love it. Absolutely. Show them what the true Democrat Party is. They love that shit, bro. They not reaching out to any of these fucking influencers on YouTube or TikTok or anything like that. They fucking lazy with it. The only reason why they reached out to Dylan Mulvaney is because the right made a hoorah about it. Do you think a fucking trans person is something special on the left? Nigga, they got a whole bunch of trans, bro. They close their eyes, trans everywhere, bro. They ain't gonna make anything special out of a fucking trans person, especially someone who's fucking going as Dylan Mulvaney. What the fuck? The right did that. So all they did was, the right is making a victim out of this person or targeting him. Let's actually make him a hero. Let's invite him to the White House. Let's make him famous. The DNC is some of the fucking laziest fucking white liberals I've ever seen in my fucking life. The laziest motherfuckers. The laziest. They think that they can get by not, as far as embracing the people that have made them who they are. That's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. It's as simple as that. It's not going to happen. Especially when you have people who are doing bigger numbers than your MSNBC. You have fucking influencers who are having a bigger attention, a bigger audience, bigger retention than your CNN. So the DNC is going to die. But it's going to be a slow death. It's not going to be as fast as the Republican Party. But that's what's going to happen. It's as simple as that. Roland Martin out here dancing in wrinkled linen suits. Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with you dancing. Everyone wants to bring up Roland Martin dance with Hillary Clinton. Nigga, dance. Dance your fucking black ass off. I don't give a fuck. But make sure you get something for that dancing. That's all. I don't have a problem with Hillary Clinton saying, hey, I carry fried chicken in my purse or hot sauce in my purse. Absolutely, boo. That's hee hee ha ha. But get something for that pandering. Because what she understands, do you understand? I don't think you understand. Hillary Clinton was so emblematic of, and a reflection. Honestly, Hillary Clinton was a mirror to black people. That's what you all don't understand. Hillary Clinton was a mirror to black people. She went on the Breakfast Club talking about, I have hot sauce in my purse. What if you told Hillary Clinton about black people in politics? Based off of her pandering, because that's what you have to understand. That's what they want to call it, pandering. If that's how she panders, what if you told Hillary Clinton that about black people in politics? That you niggas is fucking retarded. That you niggas don't give a fuck about policy. You don't give a fuck about reparations. You don't give a fuck about regulations. You give a fuck about, well, are they cool? Are they part of the culture? What do you have right now? You have motherfuckers making out fucking hip hop documentaries. Who the fuck needs a hip hop documentary in 2024? What are niggas talking about right now? Oh, we are the culture. We are the culture. So how are you going to be upset at white ass Hillary Clinton talking about, well, I got hot sauce in my purse? Well, tell me, Roland, how do I do the 1-2 step? You niggas have made yourself to be fucking clowns. You niggas have been clowns for at least 60 decades, right? 60 years, right? 6 decades, excuse me. You've been clowns for 6 decades. Now y'all want to be upset when they treat you as clowns. Now y'all want to be upset when they say, get your booty to the polls. And they win. Let me rewind that to you. Get your booty to the polls and they win. You can't be upset. What did Dave Chappelle say? Listen, I understand that you're not a hoe. You don't want to be treated like a hoe. But you are wearing a hoe's uniform. So you've got to take yourself seriously when it comes to this political game. Demanding reparations is not taking yourself seriously. Arguing about what do we call ourselves, FBA, Black American, African American freedmen, it's not taking yourself seriously. It's as simple as that. And niggas is still not taking themselves seriously because they still talking stupid shit in Twitter spaces talking about FBA and Coulter's right and all this. What does that get you? It gets you fucking nothing. So at the end of the day, if you want to act stupid, right, then you're going to be treated stupid. It's as simple as that. I don't know why this is complicated. You niggas is talking about tethers. Oh, tethers this is a tether, this is a tether. How does that get you reparations? How does that advance empowerment? How does that make you be seen as a serious person in the political arena? It doesn't. It makes you come off as fucking childish and pedantic. That's what it makes you come off as. I'm just letting you know. I know for a fact that's how many white Republicans view. And now I'm starting to see that's how many Democrats view. But I already knew Democrats was fucking you over like this. I didn't know it was this bad, bruh. I did not know it was this bad. But now I'm starting to see that you niggas is fucking stupid when it comes to politics. Niggas will be a genius in NBA. They'll be a genius in the NFL. They'll be a genius in fucking hip hop. They'll be a genius in fucking, whatever the music is, rap beats. But when it comes to politics, FBA and reparations now. Okay, all right. Well, absolutely. Yeah, reparations. Yeah, add it. Why don't you go play? I hear there's a Drake. There's something going on with Drake and some Lamar fellow. Do you know about that? That's how you can get treated. I'm just letting you know, bro. It's as simple as that. Politics is a ruthless game. Politics is more ruthless than the streets. Politics is more ruthless than the streets because they do it legally, fam. They will fucking kill you legally. They not only will kill you, they'll kill your whole fucking lineage legally. You really want to be a gangster? Get into politics. That's some gangster shit, bro. That's some ruthless shit. You niggas think going on the streets and fucking protecting your territory or fucking shooting somebody, oh, we ruthless. No, nigga. You have to hide from the police in many cases. Okay? That's why you have the no snitching rule. I ain't gonna snitch. That's not how it works in politics. That's not how it works in the Oval Office. That's not how it works in government. They do that shit legally. And if it's illegal, they make it legal. So if you really want to be a gangster, get a suit and tie and try to run for office. That's where the gangster comes in. As you can see with Marcel Dixon. Marcel Dixon ain't going motherfucking anywhere. Except to a fucking grinder convention. No disrespect to Marcel Dixon, but you found out how politics wasn't a joke. Tariq was talking about, oh, I'm backing Marcel Dixon. That nigga didn't get, I don't even think he got 1% of the vote. Yeah, it's not so simple as, oh, I'm going to put out a documentary or I'm going to buy a piece of real estate. No, politics that's not how that works. So Negroes can retreat or we can fight. That's the only options we have. We can retreat and be, burdened with the bullshit. I'm FBA. No, you a tether. No, I'm Black American. No, you a freedman. No, you can be burdened with the bullshit or you can actually get active. And it's not for me to decide. Let me just be clear. It's not for me to decide. Everyone has their role. So the people who are talking heads in the community who have weight, they should do it. I'm just letting you know that you on limited time. That's all. You have the black media. You have the leaders, right? You have the mobilizers. You have the organizers. Everyone has to be working for a certain outlet. But as soon as someone gets off code and is like, well, I want to make my own pockets bigger. You got broke niggas listening to a man who's driving around in a Bentley talking about white supremacy. This is the same thing that's going on in many of the churches. You got broke motherfuckers who are going to church listening to a fucking pastor who's riding around in a Bentley talking about, well, Jesus wants you to give more to the church and he will give back to you. Are you niggas retarded? Because that's what I would think. I would generally see what I'm seeing. I'd be like, niggas is actually retarded. Politically. Y'all are actually retarded politically. That's what it seems to be the case. they have managed to fucking make black people politically fucking retarded. You ask a nigga anything else, anything that is not germane to power, niggas know. Ask some of these goofies, whether it's FBA or else, ask them anything not related to power, they'll be able to tell you. And if you ask them that, they'll probably like Power the TV show. Oh man, that's my shit. I love Power the TV show. I don't know about season 3 though. That season 3 was kind of Nigga, what? What? You want to tell me that's not systemic? You want to tell me that a group of people have managed to excel in every avenue except the one avenue that counts, the one avenue that matters and dictates every other avenue? Is that what you want to tell me? You want to tell me there's not something systemic going on, that majority of niggas are politically ignorant but can tell you what the fuck happened in The Wire season 2? Nah, bruh. I'm sorry. That's just too big of a coincidence for me to be like, niggas is just dumb. No. That's too big of a coincidence for me to just be like, well, niggas is just, they don't care about politics. No. Because absolutely. You tell somebody this is what's, god dang, that's loud. Damn, near bursted out my eardrums. Hold up. So yeah, I definitely believe there's a systemic issue going on. 216. You on the line?
I think it's just at that point that it's time for us just to give up, bro.
We have at least, 6 months? Wait, no, not even 6 months.
We
The
don't
election,
even have that.
9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, we have 4 months.
Yes,
we can make some shit.
We don't have. We're done. Our people is done.
I don't think
I was looking in the chat, bruh, and I just saw some dumbass shit. Because if I have to look in the chat and say, you gotta get us to care. No, I'm done. These FBA niggas, it's not worth it.
I think 4 months we can make something happen.
No, it's not for them. Because if you have to say you got to get us to care, and it's literally your life, your future, that's literally, they're gonna be playing bling bling with your nuts, nigga, and you just saying, "Oh, you got to get me to care." Okay, then go extinct. Because as soon as you see one of them badge wearing motherfuckers kicking your door, it's over. So I think we need to stop holding out hope. Hope is turning into.
I mean, might as well have hope until the last day, bro. And then act accordingly.
Me and Big Dog are waiting for Civil War.
Well, you got 4 months. Let's see if we can cook in 4 months.
Well, it's over. These niggas ain't cooking. These niggas literally taking a whole pot of spaghetti and throwing it in the garbage. So right after making it. That's where we are right now. Niggas have literally made a complete pot of good ass spaghetti. And then they instantly just throw that bitch in the garbage. I think that's where we are. They make something so good and they just say, I don't give a fuck about this shit.
I don't disagree, but I think all things can change.
Well, we've been waiting for about 400 years to change something. Actually, probably more than 400 years, actually, now that we're thinking about it.
Well, but you also have to understand that's 400 years of mental conditioning.
Yeah, but look.
That's going to take some time to get that programming out of our system.
But it's going to be too late. If we want to get it out of our system, okay, it's like this. The asteroid's coming, right? The asteroid is literally About
but here's the thing. I don't
30
think
days.
anything is too late upon changing your behavior. Because look at Latinos. I mean, look at Roe v. Wade. It took them 60 years to get that done. Latinos didn't just magically become a majority overnight. That took decades for that.
Yeah, but it also took a lot of scheming and crossing borders and making tunnels and shit.
I agree. So at the point that black people are finally understanding and realizing the situation they're in, I think we can do the same thing. It probably won't happen in my lifetime, but I think there is definitely a light at the end of the tunnel once we become, conscious of what the problem is and how to rectify it.
You just broke my brain, Lucas. About saying not in my lifetime. Because I think we are the only generation that can stop it. And if we go, it's over. Generation Z, Generation A, B, they go. It's all repeating itself. We're starting over. We're at Generation Alpha right now. I don't know when Beta's about to come, but of course Beta, we're gonna have a lot of Beta bitches. So we definitely know that's not gonna fucking help our community. Cause we going down the alphabet right now. We at Alpha, and we already see where they are. What Beta comes, it is going to be horrifying. I mean, that horror movie, The Grudge, wouldn't beat that horror movie.
Well, at least we won't be around to see it. So
I'm still praying on the asteroid.
I mean, that would be a swift end. But even then, there would be some who survive.
I hope not. Because I always said to a few friends of mine, if humans ever get off this planet, the universe is fucked. I'm talking Star Wars, the level of destruction Star Wars has caused would not be on the level that we would do. I'm talking about they made up some type of planet that could suck up a star and destroy multiple planets at once. I think we're going to do worse. Because all it takes is one planet to be radicalized and just turn to extreme planet number one of white supremacy. Could you imagine that shit? A planet with nothing but fucking white supremacists?
Yeah, I can imagine.
I think we need to create a plan to stop the human exodus off the planet. I think I found a new mission.
I think aliens would probably do that.
They're not doing it fast enough. Because I don't know how fast Elon Musk is working on them damn ships, but he already got motherfuckers stranded. Or was that Boeing? Motherfuckers like 2 astronauts stranded in space now, or they waiting till next year to get picked up. Yeah. See, we're already fucking up, Lucas. This is the epitome of what the human race will become. We already got 2 of our astronauts stuck in the stratosphere somewhere, and we don't know. It's going to get worse. I like your optimism, but my pessimistic ways are starting to overcome that. I have literally tried to hold on to our people to say, get y'all goddamn asses into fucking gear before y'all motherfuckers go and change again. But it's not working. No matter how harsh you make the message, no matter how damaging you make the message, it's like you gotta start slapping niggas. It's like as soon as they say some coon goofy shit, it's like you gotta look them dead in the eyes and just slap them. Are you back to normal yet? If they're not back to normal yet, you gotta slap them one more time. It's gonna take a few times. Now if they put their hands on you, they gotta go. Because the only way to wake up a sleeping nigga is to slap him. And now if you wake up and he start hitting you back, that's a problem. I don't know if that's some kind of message saying that I think he's awake or he's just having some type of reflex. So, I like your optimism, brother, but I think you need to go to the gun store and start stocking up on ammo.
Oof. All right.
All right, man.
Appreciate it. Oh boy. Goodness. Casey says in 2016 during the RNC, there was an article on how the gay male escorts business booming in Cleveland. So you might be right about them liking Bussy on both sides. Oh yeah, we've been on that. Era says you black people can tether this PP. Much love, Lucas. 724. You're on the line.
For what he's talking about, we're gonna die and go back in chains, bro. I would never let that happen, bro. I mean, I think we still have a chance, but we gotta voice our displeasures in a very loud vocal minority. Otherwise, we are screwed. He is right on that one. But we gotta make sure, it doesn't matter who's president. We gotta be listen, we want reparations. We want this for our community. We want better education for our kids. We gotta really stick it to their put a foot so far up their ass to the point where they have to listen to us.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Reparations wouldn't do anything. I'm for it, but it wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't help us, and it wouldn't put a stop to the wealth gap.
Oh, shit. I mean, I don't know, but I know we gotta do something. We gotta put a foot in their asses to do something. We have to. At this point, we don't have a choice. We gotta put a foot up their so far up their ass that they have to listen to us.
Gotcha.
All
right. Well, I appreciate the call. That's the sad truth. Like I said, the mentality has to be established before the money starts coming. It just is what it is. What you have to understand, the whole point of reparations was to benefit the collective, right? It was to benefit the group of black people who came over here, that were taken over here and forced to do labor. That was the whole point. Here, do your own shit on this little area in Florida. Knock yourself out. The problem is that mindset, the reason why we don't have a Wall Street, and I've been thinking about this, the reason why we don't have another Wall Street, because black men don't want another Wall Street. I'm just going to say it. The reason why we don't have another Wall Street, and I'll say black men and women, so we don't have any type of gender wars, but it's because we don't want another Wall Street. That's honestly the sad truth I've come to. That's the realization that I've come to. The reason why we don't have another Wall Street, and Negroes keep mentioning Wall Street, is because we don't want another Wall Street. Could black people come together and with the businesses and the ingenuity that we have and create something like a Black Wall Street in present day? Absolutely. Well, why don't we? That's a question that's always pondered my brain. I'm like, we have so much that we can do that our ancestors, right, constantly want to reference our lineage. But I'm like, our lineage did great fucking things. Even going from scripture, right? God says that, hey, you will go on to do bigger and even greater things. So I'm like, if they did that during the times people were lynching them, fucking calling them N-words, right? Everybody was hostile, and not passive aggressive hostile. Oh, do you want chicken for dinner today? I'm talking about F you N-word, get the fuck out of here. If they could achieve that, then what has led us not to achieve the same thing or even greater? And I was thinking, I was like, it stems from, as Dr. DeGroy said, post-traumatic slave syndrome. That post-traumatic slave syndrome is fucking wild, bro. They have codified our minds. That's what they've done. And once your mind is done, then you don't have to worry about it. What they have done is that they have trained us like elephants. Because, I've always wondered, like, how the fuck they got elephants? Why don't elephants just fucking storm out of there, bro? Like, what the fuck? But they treat them when they're really, really young. Boundaries. Hey, listen, don't do this. Don't do that, or you're gonna get in trouble. And that trains their brain. 277. You're on the line.
Hey, Lucas. It sounds like you're talking about a movement needs to occur.
What movement? I'm sorry.
Like a black consciousness movement needs to occur, whereby you need to undo all this generational and I would argue genetical post-traumatic slave syndrome that you're referencing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like, because if you ever have the chance, I would also recommend this book by Dr. Robert Sapolsky. It's called Behave. The book is called Behave. And in that book, basically, he's theorizing. It's not confirmed, but it seems it's leading that way. But
the biology of humans at our best and worst?
Yes.
Okay.
He's basically looking at human behavior. Is it nature? Is it nurture? Is it a mixture of both? Or is there something in between? So that's what he's looking at. And one of the things, it's a very sciencey book. It took me about a year to read it because I had to read a lot of science references and biology because I never did biology at school. But what I found very interesting about the book is he's saying behaviors can be genetically encoded in your DNA and passed over. It is a possibility. It's not proven yet, but with his research in neurobiology and endocrinology, that's what he's basically, it's kind of suggesting. It's not provable. I mean, like I said, it's not proven, but it's suggesting that. It's a theory now that they're working on. So that if that can be on your DNA, Lucas, that'll take a lot to unpack and unmove. Because that's one of the other things that has also upset me about black people generally around the world, is that why are we the only group that always hates on each other publicly and doesn't mind degrading each other and saying, oh, you can't vote for Kamala Harris. Oh, you can't do this. Oh, black people are that. Black people are this. Without taking consideration the context as to why are you being so hateful towards your own and destroying your own. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it will take a lot more than just that. It is something that you have to attack spiritually, which is something Urban always speaks about. Spiritual enslavement also is another issue I would argue that black people are not focusing on. We're not uplifting ourselves spiritually, never mind mentally, in order for everything to manifest physically. But yeah, I just wanted to also point it out because it's a huge work. It's not going to happen in the next 2 generations. The fruits of our labor, if we do something, we'll see it in the next 4 generations. It's going to take a long time to unlearn these behaviors because it's a conscious effort to remind ourselves, hey, let me not hate on my people. Let me focus and actively help my people. But anyways, yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Do you feel that leads into as far as white supremacist rhetoric?
Yes, because that's what they did. Remember, white people, or these white people that we're seeing, they were subjugated for also over a millennia by the Roman Empire. Boudica, if I'm not mistaken, was a Roman rebellion in Britain.
So how do you balance that the beliefs in that book? What he suggests?
Well, like I said, for me, it's something I'm just putting out there as another way of kind of thinking about it. I haven't come up with a solution. I don't know either, to be honest with you. But I found it very interesting that here's a doctor, an endocrinologist, biologist telling us, hey, there's a bit more involved to just behavior than just stop learning bad behavior. It is a bit more involved. There's a lot of nuance that we need to think about. So you cannot just change behavior, especially on a collective level. And he's specifically talking about collective, humans as a collective, these types of people. Why are men different from women? Why are black folk different from white folk? Why is this culture different from that culture behaviorally? And yeah, it takes a lot. But for me, I'm just going with the recommendations that are currently available of affirmative actions, not affirmative actions, but words of affirmation and all that stuff. That kind of does help, in my opinion. But it's a constant effort that you have to consciously do it daily and remind yourself. Because on autopilot, we just go back to the old behavior. That's my understanding.
Interesting.
Yeah, but anyways.
All right.
Yeah, but yeah, if you ever.
Oh, I didn't do that. He did that. I don't know what's going on. That's interesting. It's kind of like, I guess, muscle memory, but for behaviors. And somehow that can be hard-coded into your DNA, which is fucking terrifying. But the problem is, that opens just the fucking Pandora's box. I can see how they could use that for when it comes to maps, right? Minor attracted persons, hey, you know. Now, if it's true, if they come to find out that it's actually factually true, then so be it. But I can see how that can be used to justify a litany of fucking atrocities. That's the only reason why I'm a little hesitant and like, okay. Because that's almost like, you know, completely adjacent with what white nationalists constantly want to talk about. So I'll check out the book though. But yeah, that's interesting. A little interesting. But yeah. I mean, don't know what to tell you. Era says, jokes aside, hopefully your people listen to you. Hopefully. Era says, only thing cooking is crack. Era says, I'd survive, built different. I think that's a problem. I think a lot of black people say they'd survive. They wouldn't. Just so we're clear, many of y'all wouldn't survive. Hero Spence says, we are at a critical point with migrants. Look up the UK riots. It's borderline authoritarian. If Kamala gets in, that'll be our future. Listen, migrants is not black people's issue. What the issue is in fucking UK, it's not migrants. It's black people. It's black and brown people. If you think that as far as the UK would be okay with a bunch of white people coming over, right? Or they would be upset with a bunch of, I don't know, white immigrants going into the UK, you're out of your mind. The issue is that black and brown people are coming over there so that they feel that they're losing their culture. They're not going to have that same energy for, I don't know, a fucking, a white European or a Ukrainian or a Russian coming over there. That's not what it is. We saw that recently when it came to the fucking Ukraine, when they were talking about, hey, Ukrainian refugees. We saw how the media treated that very different than the Ethiopian refugees. Very, very different. Hey, these aren't just like regular refugees.
Welcome to the amazing army.
These are white people, okay, with blue eyes and fair skin. You have to understand, these aren't like regular refugees. Yeah, I remember that reporting because I was like, yo, this is a very different tune. So please don't think that it has to do with fucking immigration. No, it doesn't. Immigration, oh my God, are y'all this naive? They don't give two fucks about immigration as long as the right people are immigrating. That's always been the case with United States. That's always been the case anywhere, right? That's where we got the Homestead Act and everything. They wouldn't allow Negroes to immigrate over here. Do you not get that? They were allowing select groups to come over here, which were allowed to be adjacent to white people. Because they were like, hey, you're either with us or against us. So many of these other groups had to play by their rules in order to succeed. Black people can't play by their rules because we're fucking black. That's That is strike one. That's 1, 2, and 3. You can't fucking be right. I know the saying is, when in Rome, do as Romans, but you can't do that in a fucking predominantly white neighborhood. You can't just be like, well, I'm gonna fucking blend in. No, you can't, because nigga, you got melanin. You have too much of it. That's the whole point. I don't think people understand that. It's not about as far as immigration. That is a Trojan horse. That's what you have to understand. That has nothing to do with that. Nothing. So you have to understand who, as far as it, if you have a pack of lions and you have, I don't know, a different tribe of lions, okay, different style of lions, whatever, that want to come over, it'd be like, okay, well, we can domesticate these lions. Now, if you get a goat who's like, well, I wanna see if I can blend in. That goat can't blend in with a pack of lions. It's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. So you need to understand that. Like, when people say such things, like, it's foolishness, absolute foolishness. U.S. lead Power, welcome to the army. Era says, my boy says, my people were conquering the stars when others were just coming out of their mud huts. I don't know what you're talking about, Eris. Ukrainians wanted their dogs to go in first before the blacks. Oh yeah, I remember that. You don't remember, hey, I'm a student. Nobody remembers that? 313, you're on the line.
Peace. What up, brother Luke?
What's going on?
You got it. Hey, I want to get back to what you were talking about as far as quote unquote black people being finished, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm thinking politically. If we go back to 2008 when Barack won the presidency, what was the first thing that the Koch network did? You remember that?
No.
What they did was they put together a panel of people who would run against his agenda. And then we got the Tea Party that popped up in 2010 in the off-year elections. And the Tea Party is the modern day MAGA party. And how they did all that was they went into their local areas and became precinct delegates. And they gained power. And they moved the Republican Party further right. And saying all that, that's a solution we can use to push the Democratic Party, quote unquote, further left. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are billion-dollar, quote-unquote, nonprofit organizations. So with both of those being political entities within America, that's the only way you could really work in American politics to make change, is with one of those two parties. Constitution doesn't allow for a third party to necessarily win. It's winner take all. And by those two parties having all that funding, those two parties rise above all the other parties. So how we as individuals can literally change the landscape of the Democratic Party is getting inside of it. A precinct delegate, from their precinct, they make the agenda, the policy agenda of that district. If we get inside of that apparatus, we can actually transform the apparatus. And how do we know we can do it? Because the Tea Party and MAGA has done it. Just a thought, bro.
Okay, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah, indeed, man. Have an amazing night.
You as well, man.
Peace.
Take care. I don't have any problem, bro. If you got a plan and it's a viable plan, absolutely. The only problem that any plan is gonna face is what? Mindset. There has to be mobilizing and organizing. That's what any plan is going to face. That's what I'm talking about with reparations. It would crush my fucking soul if we were to get reparations and we wind up in the same as far as economic standing in this country. That would crush my fucking soul. Crush my soul. And that is genuinely what I would fear. That's genuinely what I fear. Because I just don't know how we would take a W. Because I'm sure would there be people who would be willing to form like a collective and try to build something? Possibly. I like to think that. Possibly. But if they're not getting funding now, why would you double down on a plan that's not working? Right? Because I'm sure there's tons of ground roots movements and stuff like that. And these Negroes are tired because they're not getting the same attention. They're not getting the same attention from the right or the left. They just doing it because they believe in the fight. They believe in what they're doing. They're not getting help from the community. So I find it very hard that those people who are grinding right now, upon getting reparations, would double down on the grinding. I don't know. I feel like the lack of support would disillusion them 100%. I think that's what we would experience is a lot of disillusioned black people, because they'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna use my money and worry about me. Okay, you do you, I'm gonna do me. And until that mindset is fixed, that's what's gonna happen. People who are stupid with money are gonna be stupid with money. People who are good with money are gonna be good with money. That's not gonna change anything. That's not going to change anything. That's the problem. Should it happen? Absolutely. Absolutely. But the thing is, how do you curtail it from further dividing black people? That's the thing. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to a lot of these, whether it's a rally, whether it's a reparations rally or a reparations, meeting, or this, it offers that passive buff of networking, that passive buff of changing the mindset of, okay, we can come together and build this. We can come together and do that. That's why I think those things are positive. But if they're not doing that and it's just a bunch of randos standing around each other, then that's still not going to win. It's still not going to work. 929, you're on the line.
Yo, what's up, niggas? I'm sorry to cut you off, but you was making great points as usual, man. I just want to say we are again overthinking it. You gotta sell it to them like a brand, the newest iPhone. You gotta rebrand it. Reparation is in. You know what I'm trying to say?
No, not entirely. No.
To the people, like how some people buy into the Apple ecosystem and all of that. We gotta get people to buy into our collective mind, our collective goal. Fall in line. Buy black. You know what I'm trying to say?
I believe so.
For example, you see these guys. There's a time place where you see a guy just root for the team. There's a guy that buys the gear. There's a guy that comes in with the hats. Like these political guys and whatnot. But everything is, how do I say? You gotta, like I said earlier, you gotta dumb it down. You gotta bring it to a level that they understand. Because when you over complicate it for them, nobody like figures out where to stand, and they just feel like they're getting played same as usual.
Fair enough. I don't disagree. Appreciate the call. Yeah. 313. You're on the line.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was calling in about the you said like how black people are politically ignorant.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you like if I'm a black kid from the ghetto, like what would be my reason to even pay attention to politics? Like,
Because you're a black kid in the ghetto.
but if I'm coming from a
Didn't ever,
neighborhood,
I don't know, when you know, for those of I don't know what happened to him, but for black people, including myself, who may not have grown up in the best neighborhoods, didn't you ever have a day where you're like, why am I fucking here? And God forbid you went to a private school, right? Like Dave Chappelle. Then it's like, wait, why am I in that area and they're not in that area? Didn't that ever question? I don't know. That you want to tell me that didn't come across your head? Because it popped up. At least one time. I was like, why is mommy struggling and they're not struggling? How come I don't have enough money for 2 school uniforms or enough for my books, but these mofos got books and all the books and got all the clothes and everything? That never came across. That's why you should worry about politics. That's why. So you answer your own question. If you a black kid in the fucking hood, then yes, that should be the first thing on your head. But the first thing that they've trained you to do is, well, how do I get out of this situation? No. That is not the first thing you should do. First thing you should do is, how the fuck did you get in this situation? Because that's the Republican hustle. The Republican hustle is that they put you in some fuck shit and they say, well, figure it out. Wait, hold the fuck up. How the fuck did I get into this fuck shit is the question. Well, that's not important. That's not important. The important thing is that you get out of it. No, I agree. I'll get out of it. I'll make something work. But how did I get into this? How did this come to be? Well, you don't worry about that. Three 313. You're on the line.
Yeah, my fault. But yeah, like I was saying, if I'm coming from an impoverished neighborhood, well, it would be hard to convince, in my family, nobody in my family talked about politics. That's why
I don't know what's going on with your phone, bro. You're really low.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Phone, huh? I don't know what the fuck's going on with your phone, bro. Eric says the reason why reparations wouldn't work is because of a little something called the Pareto distribution. It's easier to go from some 100 to 1,000 than 0 to 100. It's math, really, when it comes down to it. What? How does the Pareto distribution have anything to do with reparations? I don't get that one. Like, I get maybe in like business, right? You're not going to become a millionaire overnight. But I don't know what that has to do with the fucking federal government who has endless fucking money. I don't get that. 346.
Yo, what's up, Lucas?
What's up?
Hey, I don't think it would be hard for black people to do. I think the simplest and easiest thing for black people to do is practice the same behaviors that Hispanics, whites, and Asians.
I don't disagree, but we've been saying that for a minute. The problem is nobody has made that the standard.
because the biggest issue that a lot of black folks have is we're for some odd reason we're the people where we always pocket watch other people, right? And so it's a little bit easier for blacks not to pocket watch when everybody's eating. So if you can hear what I'm saying is, like, we need to start doing the same thing that Hispanics do or Asians do is, we need to basically monopolize or just gang up on or outnumber everybody in the workplace. Right now, that might be harder than what people think it is, because we have to also get people in positions of management and HR. But we can start somewhere. We're at a company where we getting everybody on, from cousins to to uncles to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And you just keep doing this from company to company to company, and we do this in a point where, like I say, we pretty much control, right, who's coming in and who's making money. Because I'm starting to see that's what people come over here from different countries do. They get into a job site, right, and they basically phase out all the black people. That's a problem. Because what do black people do when they broke? They start committing crimes. Not all of them, but a lot of them. A lot of us don't have the availability to, or the desire, or the understanding to open up a massage parlor.
Bro, I agree with everything you're saying, but everything you're saying requires what? It requires some form of unity, some form of structure and organization and planning.
But I think it'd be easier. But I think your message with one, I think it'd be easier than getting reparations, and I think it would come off for the black people who do listen to you, right, who don't agree with the voting for Kamala Harris thing, is if you niggas want to get right, you also got to make some money, right? So I know I'm not saying what you're saying and what I'm saying is wrong. What I'm saying is a lot of black people's problem is financial problems. If people were more comfortable financially, people would be willing to, I guess you would say, unionize and be a collective. Because that's our racist problem, is we always worried about the next man's pockets or next woman's pockets. You feel what I'm saying? Like, smart people don't do that, or people who don't know how to mind their business. But at the end of the day, it's too many of us broke and not enough of us, not say wealthy, but well off or taken care of. It's way too many niggas that's broke out here. Too many. I'm talking about male and female. It's too many niggas broke as fuck. So if we can learn to start putting, I know this is because people say, well, I don't like putting my name on the line. Who cares? I sit here and watch Hispanics come and go every day. They cousin work for 3 weeks and quit. Then they come back 3-4 months later and come back again. Sit out here and watch the Asians do the same shit. They work for 3-4 months. I don't like doing this, and they quit. Then 6 months later, you see them come right back in the door. Jobs don't give a fuck whether people quit or not. Don't let them tell you, oh, they ruined your name because they quit after working 6 months, especially at a job where tenure is not the first,
Hold on, quitting, being a serial quitter like that, you absolutely can ruin your employment possibilities.
Man, I'll be honest with you. I've worked for many manufacturing plants, and I've seen people walk out, not even put no 2 weeks notice in, come back 3-4 months later. As long as you don't get fired, a person who's behind that computer can always justify why you came back.
I think that may be more of your industry, because that's not how it works in any other industry that I'm aware of.
I mean,
if you just quit up and leave and think you're going to get hired in 3 or 4 or 6 months, that's not how that works.
No, I'm saying, okay, because most people, so I'm not going to say that a lot of people aren't professionals. A lot of people don't have, I would quote unquote call professional jobs, where, you have an actual colleague, you probably went to college with this person. A lot of people work at Amazon distribution centers. There's not a lot of professional people. A lot of people are not lawyers or doctors or, if you quitting like that, then it would. But most jobs are, whether you're working as a field technician, I don't care what you're talking about. If it's not anything that requires a doctor's degree or a bachelor's or something like that, you pretty much can quit your job and find another job and then come back if you want to. I'm not saying
Okay.
that every place.
I don't know. If that's the case, if that's presently what's going on, then hey.
Yeah, that's why I say that. That's why, man. I wish you like. I'm not to say this in a disrespectful way, but it's like you've been doing this shit so long, bro. You really haven't. You kind of forgot. Like, bro, you can work at Amazon.
I haven't forgotten.
Right now.
That's what I'm saying, bro. If you quit and then try to get employed back at the same company, that's not gonna work.
Especially
if you quit on bad terms, you just walk out and say, "Fuck it, I'm out of here."
As long as it. Okay, so now, say this right. Say for instance, right, let's say you go into a job, right, and you work your way up to a supervisor, and I'm your cousin, and I come in, and I work for 4 or 5 months, and I'm like, bro, I'm quit. Fuck this shit. I don't even come back to work no more, right? You and HR are going to determine how I left. So at that point in time, if HR is your auntie, shit, man, he'll come back in 6 months.
Oh, you mean someone covering for you? Yeah, I get you. But there's only so many times before it gets to the higher ups where HR starts to get questioned. Well, why did you bring this person back on?
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of people have because I have family members that are supervisors, right? A lot of people don't ask those questions. They let their managers manage. A lot of places are like that. So, like, if you people, that's what somebody said that folks quit all the time and get rehired. It's not like how you. I know you think it's like I say, if you're a doctor or a teacher, yes, you have to you know what I'm saying, do that. But if you're working at the Amazon distribution center making 21 and you're the supervisor, and I'm like, bro, I'm out of here. Fuck this whole ass shit. They piss me off. You gonna put in the computer that, you know what I'm saying? I put my 2 weeks notice in. I come back 6 months later. You know what I'm saying? It's under rare circumstances where I've seen that didn't work. I have seen multiple times people do that shit, bro. Now, like I say, I did see somebody be unions. Yeah, unions not like that. So if you live up north or you work in a union, no, it's not like that, bro. But most people don't work in unions, because if it was, everybody would be making $40, $50 an hour, and most niggas not doing that. So let's be real. Real shit. We gotta learn how to play those games too. That's the first place it starts.
I don't disagree with you. I think if that's you're correct.
You feel what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. If we can learn how to do that and get in, start putting some tenure in, because I'm gonna be honest with you, our parents' generation, I'm not gonna say all of us, but a lot of our fathers don't have no tenures at no jobs. So their kids turning 18, 19, jumping into the world, it's supposed to be, hey, come work with me. You can go to college, and while you stay here, it's supposed to be like that. Mexicans, Arabs, Asians, whites, they all doing that, bro. They've been working at a company 35 years. As soon as they come in, they get their son to be a helper welder or some shit like that. He go to welder school for 9, 10 months. 10 months later, a year later, he a travel welder making 100 bands, bro. And we're not doing that shit, bro. That's the biggest issue. If we learn how to do that shit, bro, and learn how to put tenure in jobs, I know that sounds like, bro, I don't want to be broke, bro. Us as black men need to start putting tenure in jobs, bro. I'm talking about 20, 21 years. So when our sons graduate high school, bro, it's a straight, smooth transition. He comes in and he's able to, even if he wants to grow in the company, he can, bro. But until we start doing that, Lucas, this is where we're gonna be at. Because at the end of the day is money walk, bullshit talk.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Yeah, because that's how they build those networks. It's like, well, this is my son. Essentially nepotism to an extent.
We need to practice those same things. I don't care. Like, me and you don't have to mess with each other. I don't have to work for you, Lucas. But shit, GC can, Two Man can, Urban can, his sons can. We need to start practicing nepotism and what's the other one where your family was not. You got family and friends. You got nepotism and nepotism, whatever the fuck it's called. We need to start practicing that, and we need to start doing it to the point where it's so blatant that other races see that that's what we're doing. You see what I'm saying? And because they do it to us. Look, they alienate us and take us out of these positions. Like, back in the day, all that used to work in the refinery was black people. All these immigrants came in, and I know you say immigrants is the number one problem. I agree to certain, and I disagree to certain points. But shit, after a while, they phased out all the niggas. So the only way you getting a job, a plant
But they only
operator job
phase
in
us
Houston,
out because.
we not putting in tenure.
So
That's
wouldn't
the
that
biggest
be
problem.
our fault? Because I don't know anyone who's been phased out by an immigrant.
It's not a lot of places have been more on the lower wage scale wise. I'm talking about like the $17 warehouses, because what ends up happening is nigga like, man, fuck this shit, I'll find another job. If I'm making $17, $20 an hour, I'll find another job. So, but what happens is when you quit, they hire his cousin.
Yeah.
Your homeboy quit 6 months later.
But
hire his cousin.
I'm not sure where this whole belief of, hey, I got fired because they hired, Pedro.
I mean, it could happen because I have seen where jobs basically will target African Americans in the workplace to get rid of them to bring in other people of that said race, right? I've seen that a bunch of times. Don't think they're not doing that because they have done it a million times. Because this is the real reason why I told most guys.
Yeah, but that's
in
usually
Houston,
due to, as far as like you said, nepotism. where the manager wants to bring on a family or a friend, and you're standing in the way.
Yeah, that's my point. So they'll phase you out, and they'll do certain things like tell on you and say you can't.
Even hire, because I've seen as far as companies do, they'll fire your butt because you're a manager and you're taking too much of their their money, and they'll hire someone else, or they'll train an up and coming to be a manager, but won't pay him managerial pay.
Yeah, they do that too. And here's a prime example, right? It's not every position, but let's look at the industrial, manufactural, tradesman jobs, right? So what happens is this is right here. This is one of the big things that happens in Texas, right? We work harder than any other race in the field, right? Because we have to prove ourselves. Usually we coming through a temp service, so we got to work harder. We don't get the same luxuries that other people are given, or the same opportunity, or the same chances, because we're not coming from their culture. They don't understand us. They don't give a fuck about what we got going on or whether our kids eat or not. They generally don't care. So what ends up happening is, right, we don't get promoted to supervisor roles. And I know this happens a lot in Houston. And I've heard it across the state in Texas. I'm part of other forums and other YouTube channels. A lot of, even Tyranny used to tell you the same shit. This shit happens a lot in Texas, right? Where blacks don't get promoted to be supervisors, right? And the reason why it's counterproductive to a company, if 60% is Hispanic, and out of that 60% of your workforce is Hispanic, 40 of them don't even speak English, it doesn't make sense for them to promote a guy.
Because you're going to be a hindrance to the growth of the company.
You see what I'm saying? So now they have an incentive to jump us anyway. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I say we need to start doing the same thing, because now who's the supervisor? It's Jose.
Yeah.
It's Hector.
100%.
You see what I'm saying? So this is now you can say, hey, like I see people in the chat, learn union. Join on the union. Texas, every state's not going to have a plethora of unions to join, and 9 times out of 10, it's hard for a person in their 30s or 40s to be learning a whole brand new language. Just being honest. So now Hector or Jose, he's the supervisor, and shit, he really didn't like you in the first place.
Yeah.
He don't really fuck with you. You standing in the way of my cousin getting put on, nigga. Excuse me. You could. Then they'll do this right here. They'll get into it with you, and because they the supervisor, they determine what
you
goes
get fired. It's called the setup. That's what I call it. Because I've definitely seen that before. Like, yo, he's trying to start an argument with you to fire you.
Yeah, and they do this all day in Texas, especially in Houston, all day.
Or they give you some bullshit task that you don't want to do, or is beneath your title, and they waiting for you to complain, so they can write you up on being insubordinate or something.
And then it goes back to usually people who are managers let people who manage. So now your issue, unless you're talking about getting a lawyer, never really comes in front of their face. They never look at it and see it on camera. They don't do any of that. They just go off what's on the computer and what people wrote on a piece of paper. So this is why I say we need to start doing the exact. This is the bottom layer of we can do this too, bro. It starts with people getting a job, being on your best behavior, and it starts with men in our community. I'm talking about men our age, bro. You know this is the issue. Do right. Stay under the radar. Get your cousin on. get your cousin on, get your brothers on, get your sisters on. Now it's 40 y'all in the same damn place. You can do this
in
at
some
any
families,
goddamn
right?
place.
Not all families are on point like that. I agree with you, but sometimes you'll have that cousin or whatever who's like, I can't bring him on because he's gonna fuck up my credibility.
And that's true. That's true. But here's where it differs. I know you got some homies. I know you got some partners you grew
All
up in
things
school
being
with,
equal, I agree, but I the only issue I have as far as with the social dynamics of the situation, because I've seen, I've experienced it myself, where you outshine the person who brought you on or recommended you, right? Because they recommended you for a job, and like your animation is better than theirs, and now you've outshined them when they're the ones that brought you on, and now they're a little bitter towards you.
I mean, you always going to have those battles and those wars at all the companies you work at. You always going to have somebody who feel like they doing just a hell of a tremendous job, but really they're just doing the job.
Yeah.
Right. And I had to.
So there would have to be
a lot of people like me.
Some unity. Like I said, some unity of the mind there, where hey, this is our goal.
No,
this is what we need to do.
No, you just get rid of them.
Just get rid of them.
But here's the problem. This is where
you want to get rid of the homie.
No. What you do is, like, I've seen Mexicans. If a Mexican doing too much, they just get rid of him, and then they'll bring another one in. Somebody gonna fall within the programming. The person listen. If you the supervisor and the manager letting you manage, you just get rid of that nigga. He doing way too much. You get rid of that nigga. Then you bring in the next nigga. Say, fam, this is what we do over here. Fall in line. Eventually, you're going to get your plate. You're going to eat it too. I'll make sure we get these 12, 15, 16-hour shifts in. Christmas is going to be good. We're going to get these bonuses in. We're going to tear these white folks up. That's exactly how they think. I'm going to sit here watching. They don't do shit at my job. They on their phones, on their cell phones. Only thing they ask to do is just micromanage. That's it. Because their cousin is the supervisor. So their cousin, like, they don't really have to place a staff, but they put them between you and your actual supervisor and say, hey, he's the production lead. That's what they call it. You're a lead. So you allow you if you got any questions, you go to him and he'll come to me. That's what they do. We need to do the same damn thing. We need to do the exact, and this is something that people can honestly start doing today. It takes a small, maybe about 30, 40 people, maybe 60 to get into the workplace, start doing this, start spreading the message, and I'm gonna tell you, to be honest with you, it'd be better with black women. It'd be a whole lot smoother and an easier transition with black women. Because you know why? Black women get jobs at HEB. Black women get jobs at Walmart. It's not hard, but a lot of black women are HR at Walmart or HR at Target. They can easily bring in a bunch of niggas, get these niggas off the street, niggas who ain't got no felonies. Come on up in here. But then you also gotta check yourself. Can't be in here stealing boxes like Craig and shit. You gotta come get to the table. I'm gonna put you on this clock between 10 and 12 hours. All you gotta do is just make sure Jose is mopping the floor. Just make sure when I tell you go tell Jose to mop the floor, you make sure Jose go mop the floor. That's what they doing to us. Like you said, they gonna tell you to do a task that nobody ain't got no. You know damn well you a forklift driver, but they ask you to go take out the trash.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've experienced that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, hell no. So what we do is you send the black women in first. You let the black women get the HR office. Because be honest with you, a lot of we say Eurocentric companies, they have black women as HR. You know what I'm saying? So and I'm gonna tell you another thing. There are a lot of companies that, like I say, Eurocentric companies that companies owned by Europeans. They have black HR women. I know it's a bunch of them out here in Houston. So you bring them in. You have them hire a bunch of niggas. Like I say, some niggas gonna fall off. They gonna get chopped off the tree. But eventually, shit, you got you a smooth 500, 600, 700 people. Hey, it happens like that. And you do this city to city, state to state. Eventually, we'll come back up. Because you know what happened when niggas got money and they ain't got to worry about how they gonna put food on the table and how they gonna pay their phone bill. Their interest changed. They start trying to figure out how they can invest their money. Now they looking at people who are in their towns and cities, and we start looking at why our kids are getting lower education. Because now the focus ain't on about your paper. It's about now you're looking at your kids. You wondering why your kid coming home and he don't know how to do algebra 1 and he in the 10th grade.
Yeah, your whole
Hey man, what's
mindset
going on,
changes.
man? So your whole mind, everything, long as your first priority is taking care of, which is providing and taking care of your family, shit, you start seeing a whole lot of niggas change.
Yeah.
A whole lot of niggas. The whole mentality of the black people start changing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now don't get me wrong, you still gonna have niggas buying dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Spinning wheels. You know, niggas do stupid shit. $30,000 Birkin bags. You know, you're gonna have a female do that every night. You're gonna see they're gonna treat themselves. But when you have the collective, when you have more people say, hey man, that's stupid as hell. Why you buy that Birkin bag? You got a life insurance policy. That whole mentality changes when motherfuckers ain't gotta use food stamps or wait on the government to make sure they can feed and take care of themselves. Now you start seeing motherfuckers actually have families when a nigga can actually pay some bills. Yeah, he may not be able to pay your car note and your phone bill. That's why you take your ass to work too, young lady. But he can pay the rent. He can pay the light bill. You know what I'm saying? He can invest more into himself. So now you go from being a W-2 to I-9. Y'all done bought y'all a dumb truck. Now y'all doing certain things. And everybody ain't got to do this. But the people who had those desires can. When you 50, 60 years old, you can actually retire. You don't have to work until you're 75 and die because you went work till you slept till your goddamn hands bleed. Because you put tenure in. You stayed at a job and you got there, you brought your kids on. They went through college, through that company. Now they're using that company as a stepping stone to get their next job. Just the whole world opens up with one word, tenure. Nepotism and tenure, those two words. And I promise you, a lot of the issues that we got going on right now will change.
I don't disagree.
That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say.
All right. Well,
take care, Lucas.
Appreciate it. I don't disagree. If he messed this up, I'm gonna be upset. I don't disagree. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. 100%. That's exactly what they have done. That's exactly what they have done. The more people that speak Spanish, well, now you have to have a Spanish speaker. That's exactly what happens. So, yeah. But like I said, you black people, you gotta start learning Spanish. As simple as that. So they can't have an excuse not to hire you. But 100%. I don't have any issue with what he said. None. No issue with what he said. None. I'm just a little pessimistic because I think everyone's had that experience where you bring someone on and then person's an idiot. Or they like, yo, bro, you can't do that. And then they burn your social currency. So I guess there needs to be like a vetting process to make sure that these fools, that they're serious. I think that's what needs to happen. Like, bruh, I need someone who is desperate for this job. That's what I need. I don't need anybody who like, well, I can take it or leave it. No. I need someone who is desperate, who needs to make this shit happen. Okay? Where if you don't get this job, you about to be homeless and you don't want to be homeless, right? That's what needs to happen. Because there are those fools who are like, well, you know what? It is what it is. Where they don't have a problem just quitting the job. Because there's always a safety net. And I'm like, bruh, if I spent all these years and I'm trying to bring you on to get this going on, I don't need you to have that attitude of like, well, this is just another job. Like, nah, it's not another job. This is your life. Do you understand? Let me break this down to you. So, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But the problem, I don't know. I don't disagree. I'll leave it at that. It's just that Once again, that mindset, bro. That's the only issue that I have is the mindset. Because the mindset that some have is just so contradictory to any type of empowerment. And then, you get nothing worse than somebody who's bitter, because then they become a cancer. They become an actual cancer. And they'll try and make you feel bad. Or other people other people you bring on, make them feel bad. Or like, oh, he's bullshitting. I tried. He ain't bullshit. He ain't. So, yeah, man. It's just, but I don't disagree. If you get but I would like to believe that there's more of a positive mindset of people who would be down for that than there are people who would be crabs in a barrel. I would like to believe that. I would definitely like to believe that. 100%. But then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how it can be torn down. That's usually where my headspace goes to. It's like, okay, how can people destroy this? Say we do build this. How can these mofos try and destroy this? Or how can someone try and sabotage this? That's where my headspace always goes to. But as long as you're aware of the possibilities of what can happen, then, then you know what you need to know. Because ego, like I said, hope and pride, bruh. Hope and pride. Hope and pride. That is, there are mofos who will blow the whole operation up if they don't get what they want. And I think we all know people like that. We're like, I don't give a fuck. Bro, they got families, fam. You can't be doing this. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them and their families. Bro, chill, man. What you do? What are you doing? So, I agree, bro. I absolutely agree. You need to have people who have something to lose. Definitely need people who have something to lose, man. That's the issue that we're facing right now, is that black people don't feel that they have anything to lose. That's why they're like, well, I'm not going to do this. I don't care. If you feel like you have no skin in the game, then bruh, that puts everyone in a dangerous position. But the problem is, the problem is that even though you feel like you have no skin in the game, your fight or flight mechanism is all messed up due to post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's the problem. That even though you feel like you have no skin in the game, you getting hustled, you're not going to do anything. That's the issue. Is that you're not going to do anything. While every other group does something. Every other group finds a way to make shit happen. Where it's very much they've trained us to retreat. And they've programmed us to retreat as a means to fight. Now, don't get me wrong, there is such a thing as strategical retreatment, but that's not where we are. So, I don't know, man. They've managed to make us believe, oh, this is this, and this is what's going on, and the system that. This system, if I had $1 every single time I heard a black person say, the system ain't for me, system ain't got nothing to do, we gotta get out of the system. And it's just like, okay. All right. But I think I think that was solid gold. I think that's definitely more practical. 100%. Absolutely. 713, you're on the line.
Yo, hello?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. So I've been watching for a while, and I've seen you go from transition from the Trump group into the Harris group and everything. I've always stayed kind of independent, but lately it's been kind of tough to decide on both sides, because I'm seeing all this stuff about police immunity, which is kind of turning me off a lot from the Republican side. So I was going to kind of ask you, as somebody who's kind of deciding at the moment, and I'm not really sure, like, what's the biggest thing that's pushing you towards Kamala Harris?
Trump. That's the biggest thing.
Like, Trump in what way?
Trump in every way. All the policies, how he talks, everything is pushing me to Trump. I mean, to Kamala.
So, I mean, I've been looking at both. I haven't really seen much policy on the Kamala side. Like, on the Trump side, I know he's looking more towards immigration and energy efficiency. Kamala on the other side, I haven't really seen much like proposal, like what specifically like should I be looking towards if I were to vote for Kamala Harris, that is.
What are you asking?
Like,
from what I heard, you said you didn't see much policy when it comes to Kamala Harris.
Yes.
What's the number one policy that has you voting for Trump or leaning towards Trump?
Well, one of the major things is really like the was really the immigration policy.
What immigration policy?
Okay, so I would say just getting, I wouldn't say necessarily it's a policy, but just the whole of getting back to.
The reason why you're voting for Trump is not a policy, it's a feeling.
Oh, it's not really a feeling, but everybody knows.
Well, you just said it's not a policy, right? It's not an immigration policy, which means that it's a feeling. You like what he says. But yet you want to talk about policy when it comes to Kamala Harris.
Well, that's why I'm in the middle at the moment. Like,
that's not in the middle.
Really...
If you're leaning towards Trump based off of feeling and not policy, and you want to talk about policy with Kamala Harris, that's not an independent. That would make you a hypocrite.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. I guess so. But also, I will say I've only said one positive thing about this side. I also saw positive side on Kamala Harris is the Black agenda is really my main goal. Really is to see like what's the most beneficial thing for us Black people, right? And from what I've been hearing a lot, your main thing is really reparations, and at least Kamala is open to reparations, is from what I've been hearing. But one of the biggest things is like we've had this administration for so long. We've been crying for reparations for the Obama administration.
I don't recall any push for reparations during the Obama administration.
Huh?
I don't recall any push for reparations during the Obama administration.
Nobody pushed for it?
Can you name an organization or a group that was pushing it?
Maybe that's the problem right there. I just want to clarify, I'm still new to politics. This is going to be my first time voting, so pardon me for not being as informed, but nobody pushed for reparations during the Obama.
Yeah, I'm unaware of any hard push for reparations during the Obama administration. I think many people were just enamored that he was the first Black president.
And when he was president, did he do anything significant for Black people?
I don't recall. I wasn't really following his administration that well. I'm sure he probably did something. I just can't name anything.
And if that's the case, then I'm really lost for words here. So as like somebody trying to decide at the moment, you said number one reason is Trump. Why should I not vote for Trump? Because that's all I've been getting blasted at recently.
You don't have a reason to vote for Trump.
Well, the number one reason for me was the job part with the immigration process. I've been hearing that a lot of those lower income jobs have been taken away from Black people, which again is kind of racist to say low income jobs are Black people or whatever. But let's be honest, a lot of those warehouse jobs, a lot of those jobs that regular Black folks need.
So how is Trump going to fix that?
About stronger immigration policy.
How is stronger
training.
immigration policy going to stop those who are already here that have taken the jobs of those Black people?
That is a good point. I suppose, yeah. I guess stronger immigration policies and laws, and I just been hearing from a lot of the push that's been being pushed is mostly for immigration.
Yeah, there's a lot of words that are being thrown around. There's just not a lot of
substance,
viable ways of getting those words to manifest into actual policy or legislation.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So, probably not that. So for Kamala Harris, why should I vote for her specifically? Aside from the Black agenda, obviously, about avoiding a Black person. I mean, we've voted for Obama before, and we saw how that
aside from a Black agenda, then then it would be honestly Trump and what Trump is advocating for, as far as an attack on the First Amendment, on attack on the Second Amendment. Yeah, that's why.
Okay. So it's just more of voting because we don't want to vote for the other guy.
No, I just told you attack on the First Amendment and an attack on the Second Amendment.
Oh, the freedom of speech and the right to bear arms?
Uh-huh.
And the bomb stock ban. Yeah, that's also another thing I don't like about Trump. Yeah, okay. So it's just in opposition. There's no policy. There's no. I was honestly hoping you to enlighten me to like more stuff about Kamala Harris.
Well, you said out of a Black agenda. What is there?
Okay. Aside from, it just feels weird to just vote just because the other side doesn't have anything. Like, okay, here's my next question, okay? What do we, as Black people, or as people in general, need to do because the first time we tried with Obama administration, we didn't really get anything back for it, or anything significant, as you said. What do we need to do in order to, like, make our voices heard so they can take ourselves seriously? Like, what do we need to promote? Like, here's what we need to, let's say, Kamala Harris, so that we can feel like they have something to be held at. Like, what do Black people need right now that would help the Black people the most?
What do Black people need right now that would help Black people the most?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because what I would say, it's going to be nothing that a politician can give. But there's a litany of things that can be addressed, whether it's, an end to qualified immunity with the George Floyd Policing Act, whether it's, meaningful legislation when it comes to education, whether it's to healthcare.
Yeah.
There's tons of things. Now, would I be the person to come to as far as, well, how do we get about that? No, I'm not well versed in all those areas. But the answers are out there.
Okay. All right. That was pretty much it. It was great talking to you. I'm sorry if I was a little bit confused a little bit. I'm just kind of deciding at the moment. But yeah, thank you.
No problem, man. Has Kamala released a plan? The problem with this is that it puts me in an untenable position. Because if I start looking into Kamala Harris's plan and seeing what she is, then it's like, oh, you are a shield for Kamala Harris. As opposed to, no, I'm just informed about who I would be likely to vote for based off of this, and this. Oh, Project 2025? The problem with Project 2025 is that it's hard to stick on Trump. Because all he can do is just deny it. Well, I'm not going to do Project 2025. That's something that I refuse to do. It's a lot of extreme things. And then what are you going to say? But Project 2025. You already said he's not going to do it. Now what? So, it's kind of like you, it removes the punch, the impact of the punch. He is taking pictures with the leader. I hear you, but that's just guilt through association. So, you take pictures with a bunch of people. That doesn't mean you endorse them for what they want. That's what I'm saying. That's not really going to stick. It's not really the best thing to make it stick. I thought they rebranded Project 25 to Project 47. Vance wrote Project 2025. So part of it. That's not the whole thing. I'm just telling you how if I was Trump, or if I was Vance, I'm just telling you how I would say it. Well, Vance wrote part of Project 2025. What part did he write? I simply dismiss it. It's not a strong enough anchor to tie him to. That's all. Could it be possible that, all of that what you're saying is true? Absolutely. But it's not going to sway anyone's opinion when it comes to voting. Because the more you talk about it, the more it sounds more like a boogeyman than something that is actually going to take place. Now, if you want to talk about a policy in 2025, where it's like, hey, in Project 2025, this is what's going to happen. They're talking about, hey, removing black people from their homes and putting them in concentration camps. Now we got something. But Project 2025, most people don't know what it is. They haven't read it. So if you're dealing with an ignorant voter base, which is the majority, Project 2025 is either something fucking horrible and it's going to destroy the planet, or it's a nothing burger. It just is what it is, because there's nothing to anchor Project 2025. They're just saying Project 2025. So once you say that, well, that doesn't mean anything. I can turn Project 2025 into anything I want. You say, yes, the policies are out there to read. Did you not hear me say that you have an ignorant voter base? Do you think the average voter is going out there and reading a 900-page PDF of Project 2025? No. So, in a nutshell, Project 2025 doesn't mean anything. Because the average voter doesn't know what the hell it is. Other than, it's bad. Now, if I were to ask someone, hey, why is Project 2025 bad? They wouldn't be able to tell me. I bet my fucking life on it. That's just failed marketing. It just is what it is.
One issue and one issue only, and that is how Black Americans were treated in this country. It is because of the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. Those do not compare. Irish, the new groups, they always get a little bad treatment. Do not compare that to how blacks are treated in this country. You don't get to piggyback on the black experience in America. You do not get to do that just because you are a woman, an immigrant, gay, Hispanic. No, the rest.
I don't disagree, but now what? Has Ann Coulter advocated for black people to get reparations? Has Ann Coulter advocated for black people for affirmative action, right? Specifically for black people? Has she protested as far as the use of the word minority? Like, I don't understand. Do y'all not get the hustle? This is tantamount to what was it? Loesch, whatever her fucking name is from the NRA. Well, Democrats don't care about the black kids dying in Chicago. Okay, do you? What have you done for the black kids in Chicago? That's not the point. That's not the point. Y'all don't get it, bruh. This is the literal definition of fucking virtue signaling. That's all she's doing. That doesn't mean she's not wrong. Yeah. But what do you get out of this? You tell me. What policy has she advocated for black Americans? What policy has she advocated for descendants of slaves, for FBAs? When was the last time she's been on Fox News? What policy was she advocating for Trump when it came to black Americans? Her focus was on immigration. Had nothing to do with black Americans.
The rest of you can go F yourselves. No, this is for black Americans. We seem to have forgotten them.
Who is we? Who is we? Am I missing something? Y'all don't see the hustle? Y'all don't see the hustle? I don't understand. Like, y'all can't be this dumb.
Every so often, Amazing Lucas just gets it completely wrong, and he got it completely wrong on this one. There's a really
How did I get it completely wrong?
Where I really disagree with Amazing Lucas, and that's on gun control. But I expect him to take the position that he takes because he's originally from California.
What does California, you being from California, have to do with your position on gun control? Like, it's always you fuckers who aren't from, like, big cities. It's always like you fucking hicks who constantly want to talk about, well, California is a bunch of fucking liberals and, you know, people fucking everybody in the streets. What? Any native Californian, like, are you all fucking stupid? Like, not every person who's in California is like, fuck guns. Like, you guys have stereotyped fucking California to, like, a satirical degree. You niggas is retarded, bro. Like, it's just wow. It's like, do you think that people come out of the womb in California and go, fuck guns, wah! Like, what?
And his position on just, well, I can't say that. I can't say that this is actually a particular position, but every so often, I mean, the gun control, definitely he is wrong in my opinion, but every so often his interpretation is just off.
What interpretation? My interpretation is like 99.9% accurate.
And I don't know where it comes from. I guess it
comes from facts and evidence. That's where it comes from. It comes from logic.
No, I guess everybody's entitled to get things wrong. But anyway, there's a clip of Ann Coulter. And that,
oh my God.
And what Amazing Lucas doesn't...
Let's fast forward this, because this nigga talks it like, gotta be a fucking boomer. Goodness fucking gracious. Let's go to 1.5.
Realize is Ann Coulter, like, while Amazing Lucas thinks that she's doing it to be politically expedient, Ann Coulter has been on this for, what, over a decade?
And over a decade, what has Ann Coulter done for black people? Over a decade, right? What has Ann Coulter done for black people? What has she advocated for black people? She was very much fucking about Trump all day, every day. You tell me, besides her just saying, well, that's messed up what the Democrats are doing, over a decade, what has she done for black people? Ann Coulter was like the love child of the fucking Republican Party. They loved Ann Coulter. She was like everywhere at one point in time. What did she do with that to advocate for black people? Huh? Name me the last time she told Sean Hannity that, hey, black people deserve reparations. Huh? When was the last time she was on Tucker Carlson talking about, well, black people, you have to understand, affirmative action, it's for black people. Okay, the DEI, you have to understand that, you know, affirmative action, it's a good thing. You tell me. I don't recall not one time in her entire existence where that happened.
I mean, she's been on, you know, America owes African Americans, and that's it. You know, maybe you could argue for Native Americans, but money has already been earmarked for Native Americans. They just haven't accepted it yet because they want the land back. But Ann Coulter has been consistent on this front, and I understand what she's trying to do. And most conservatives are not, because, you know, they're foaming at the mouth. They don't want to see black people receive anything because, you know, they have white fragility and they have, you know, a massive, I don't know what it is. It's a superiority complex. They just don't want to see black people have shit. You know, and then
it's
again,
an inferiority complex
aspect of, especially when it comes to white males. They see black men as a sexual threat. If black men have more material wealth than white men, they really do deep down inside feel
okay, 1.75.
Leave white men and come running to black men. There's a lot of sexual anxiety going on. You know, and you see it. So there's just all this. You know, it's going to cut into my quality of life, and you know, there are stereotypes that they have in their head about black people, lazy black people. They look at, you know, they drive into the city every day and see some homeless black guy or a bunch of black guys standing on the corner or something like that, and, you know, that's their concept of black people. So the idea of reparations, like black people are these, you know, woe is them downtrodden people and that they're deserving of reparations. A lot of white people, they buck that. It's multiple reasons why they buck it. You know, they try to come up with all type of figurative language. Oh, you weren't a slave. Oh, this is dividing America. Oh, you know, they get in all this other shit, right? Acting and pretending like they don't understand how generational wealth works. And I talked about this in another video, right? If your grandfather was prevented from establishing wealth, then that definitely negatively affects you. And white supremacy is an entire system, you know, within America that has economically disadvantaged black people.
Okay, got it.
And, you know, again, there's reasons why they're bringing immigrants into the country, cheap labor, everyday people, you know, door, right? Because, you know, her position is like that the left plays victim politics, and the only true victims in America, you know, have been African Americans and Native Americans. Everybody else just got here. They're not a part of the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow in this country. Some of the other minority groups actually did get reparations. The Japanese got reparations for their being on the African American that And so, the Democrats, they're, as Ann Coulter predicted, years ago, the Democrats are like, good, we got the immigrants coming in, we're going to give them everything that they need, and then because immigrants, like mainly the Hispanic population, is a larger population than African Americans, because now some people don't believe the African American numbers. I've had people in my comment section, saying that, but in any event, Hispanic population is 17% of the population. African Americans are like 13-14% of the population.
Yes.
So as you bring in more and more Hispanics and the Hispanic populations, it just depends. They're not a consistent voting bloc where African Americans are, but they want to be able to diminish African American sway over the Democrat Party, even though since African Americans are not politically sophisticated enough, African Americans don't really, even though they could have sway over the Democratic Party, African Americans are not on code. And in conjunction with that, they're using the we hit the reset button. It's a clean slate. Now let's move forward. And then now we're going to enter. They're looking for entitlement, so they're eating the food and they're adding to the bill. And
okay, I don't hear anything. Where am I wrong?
Ann Coulter's like, well, we don't want to pay for them. About this point for over a decade. She wrote about it in her book. She's been consistent. And again.
Yes, she has. I don't disagree with what she's saying. I'm just saying her words don't mean anything. Because when it comes time to advocate for black people, that's not what happens. 816. You're on the line.
Yo, Lucas, what's up? It's Curry. I was trying to wait for you to finish that bum ass video, but bro, voice was putting me to sleep. So I was just gonna say, fuck it, let me ask my question. What's your top 3 issues for like how you casting your vote this election, as far as the presidential election, like the national?
What do you mean?
What are your big 3 issues? Like, what are the 3 biggest concerns that have led you to make your...
three biggest concerns is fucking Trump, honestly. Right now, I'm just looking for a bigger reason to vote for Kamala.
Okay. But, like, I need you to chop that up a little bit more. Not saying I can't understand why, but, like, I feel like oftentimes people don't break down certain reasons as to why something should be so obvious, right? So then people say, "Oh, well, you just
I already
don't like."
have tons of videos on as far as Trump and what he said. What the focus should be on right now is to see what Kamala's vision is. See what her agenda is besides talking about reparations. But what else? We heard recently as far as she's going to remove the tax on tips. That's great.
I mean, honestly, like, I don't think that's going to, I don't think that's going to be the path, like, in reality, because like you said, it's far more effective to talk about the concern of someone else being at the reins instead of like her platform. Like that's obviously why they haven't come out with, oh, these are her plans for her first 100 days in office and et cetera, right? But many of her advertisements have been platforming against what Donald Trump and MAGA wants to do, such as the 2025 and shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, honestly, like, if you look at Kamala's, like, politics and stuff like that, she's a milquetoast neoliberal. Like, there's nothing, like, outstanding as far as, like, platform that we've seen her, like, push on the forefront. Like, sure, there's been, like, rumors and stuff like that. Like, she tried to dissent from Joe with the Israel-Palestine shit. But it wasn't in enough of a manner to be noticeable, let's say. But I don't know. I think that's kind of an interesting take as far as what's leading you to make your presidential choice.
Got you.
I respect it.
Appreciate it.
I don't want to make Ann Coulter a sacred cow because, Ann Coulter's got her dog whistles of white supremacy that she, that pop out, every so often. But I got to give Ann Coulter credit. She is one of the only white people who has consistently gone on television publicly, and every chance she gets, she says, we owe African Americans. We don't owe anybody else. We don't owe anybody else. Now, the other conservatives, Republicans, they don't agree with her. They don't.
Who cares, bro? I don't care. Who cares? I don't have an issue with this guy. Yeah, I don't care. It's just a virtue signal. That's all that is. It's a virtue signal. This is the issue that I have. Is that you have a whole bunch of people who just virtue signaling. She can definitely get on a Republican or Fox News or something and advocate for black people. She could definitely get to one of Trump's people and be like, yeah, I think black people, you know, the FBA and the black Americans should get reparations. I think we should do a bill. I don't think, do people not understand the hustle? The hustle, and I explained this, that she knows what is being done is wrong. Do you not get that? That she knows what is being done is wrong, but is not doing anything about it. I just don't understand. Like, that makes it even worse. She could have easily, as far as advocating for Trump, hey, Trump, how about you do an affirmative action for black Americans who are descendants of slavery? How about you do an affirmative action who are for foundational black Americans? She's not doing that. She's just saying, hey, what they doing is fucked up. Yeah, we already know that. Thank you, Ann. It's so fucked up that it's actually, you know, it's anti-white racism. What? Do you ever happen to notice that, hey, you're getting your jobs taken by a fucking Indian? Why are you allowing Indians to take your job? They weren't slaves. You don't see how she's instigating? Are y'all really, Lord? Y'all really have been got. Y'all really have been got. She right though. She right. Where's the lie? She right though. She's exploiting your history right now. That's all she's doing. She's exploiting your anger and the wrong that's been done to you for her benefit. That's it. How do y'all not see this? Because what are all these black people saying? Oh, she's right. Look, yeah, she's right. They taking our jobs. Yeah, fuck them immigrants and tenders. They taking our jobs. What you don't understand is that I get everybody's about the immigration, right? Hot topic, hot talking point. Let's say she does get the wall. Let's say immigration, it happens. Poof. Do you think Ann Coulter is then going to say, well, now that we got the wall and we stopped immigration, what about the black people? What about the black people, America? We have forgotten them. Okay? You let me know when Ann Coulter is advocating for black Americans at a CPAC or any actual event, where she said to white people, hey, we need to give black people or black Americans, foundational black Americans, affirmative action. You tell me when that speech happened in front of a white dominant crowd. You let me know. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. You let me know when she told Trump about reparations. You let me know. What she is doing is trying to rile you up for her benefit. That is what's happening. It's literally the same thing that Candace Owens does. How many times have you seen a video? Well, Candace Owens, she's right on this. She's right on this, though. She telling the truth on this. She telling the truth on this. until y'all realize what is going on, nothing's gonna happen, bro. Nothing's gonna happen. It's the same playbook. It's the same playbook over and over and over again. Anyways, trust me, Lucas Republican is the way, brother. Sure. We won't need her to do anything. We can handle it from there. I would like to believe you, but niggas haven't handled shit. Mofos haven't handled shit, politically speaking. So, no, I don't believe it. I don't know what to tell you. So, I mean, Tariq could even handle microphone check. You saw how quick they shut his black ass down. So, I don't understand why y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Y'all, it's not clicking for y'all. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell y'all. I really don't. This man got his shit shut down immediately. All that FBA talk, all that, yeah, we gonna do this, shut down by one fucking person. By one person. Shut his whole shit down. Took his shit out of the theaters and everything. Now, can you imagine? Like, I just, y'all, it's not clicking for y'all. You don't get it. Y'all are actually in the Matrix, and it's crazy. I'm trying to see how I can get back in the Matrix. Maybe you are just a bad communicator. No, I agree. I definitely am. I possibly can be a bad communicator. But I also know that if people want to be purposely obtuse, there's nothing I can do about that. If you want to purposely try to misinterpret what I'm telling you, there's nothing I can do about bad faith actors. There's nothing, not a damn thing you can do about bad faith actors. Not a damn thing. So, the hologram steak isn't real, but it fucking tastes good, bro. Put me back into the Matrix, bro. Y'all should have told me that y'all were eating slop. I had no damn idea.
Do we have a deal?
Put me back into the Matrix.
I know this steak doesn't exist.
I don't care, bro.
I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy.
Yep.
And delicious.
I don't care, bro. I don't care, bro. Let the Matrix tell me that, bro. I'm fine. Y'all out here eating slop, talking about this is the best shit ever. I'm like, you niggas is eating slop. What do you mean? Oh, man, what you talking about? This is the best shit ever, man. You Negroes have convinced yourself that the slop that you're eating is good shit. That's a mental fuck that I have yet to see before. This is what they eating, bro. This is what y'all eating.
Buddy.
Talk about enjoy it, Lucas. Yeah, nigga, you FBA now, bro. You a black American. Now you free, bro. I'm sorry, what? Welcome to the fight, man. Welcome to the fight. We gotta fight these white supremacists. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Put me in this. Bitch, plug me back in. Plug me back in. Y'all can keep that shit, bro. What the fuck is this? Nigga, that's real food, bro. That's good, bro. That's delicious. What you talking about? We had a fight to get seasoning in there. You had a fight to get seasoning in this? This is some bullshit. Bro, why you pocket watching, bro? I'm not pocket watching. I'm just saying this is some bullshit. Man, you a hater, bro. You a fucking hater. That's what it is. Yeah, bro. Y'all have managed to tell yourselves that this is delicious. Yeah, I ain't doing that, bro. I'm not doing that. Y'all can do it. I'm not doing that, bro. Y'all fucking crazy. I'd rather fucking die. Or learn Spanish. Put me back in the Matrix, bitch. Ain't nobody trying to go from this to this. And then try to tell me, oh, Lucas, this is what's up, bro. FBA, bro. ADOS. That's what we doing, bro. Okay, so how are we getting away from this and actually getting real steak? Man, we not gonna do anything. Fuck the Democrats and the Republicans. Okay, I'm with y'all. But how do we get the steak though? Y'all want the steak? We demand the steak. That's what we gonna do. We gonna demand the steak. You ever know that feeling when you actually thought someone was intelligent and then you start hearing what they're saying? And then you slowly start to come to the realization that this nigga's fucking retarded? You ever had that happen in like conversation? Yeah, we gonna demand it, but if we're not voting and politically active, who we gonna demand it from? Man, you sound like a hater. You sound like a hater, bro. Where you from? You FBA? Uh-huh. Well, where the fuck is this? Man, we gonna get our reparations. How we gonna get the steak and the reparations though? Bro, just bro, by not voting. Okay. And you ever say something or do something and you realize you have made a grave fucking mistake? You just realized, fuck, I should have made a left on fucking Redondo. I made a right. Now I am fucking lost. And these niggas do not look friendly. Bruh. Y'all can keep this shit, bro. Put me back in the steak. Put me back in the Matrix, bro.
Mr. Reagan. You know.
Put me back in the Matrix, bro. I don't care, bro. At least I can die of ignorance, bro. I don't have a problem. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss, bro. Y'all can keep that shit. You niggas is fucking joking over here. And then this would be like eating this, and then the fool next alongside you. Champions. And then everybody at the table is talking about, I don't know, the fucking basketball. They talk about, oh, did you catch the game? Yeah, man, that game was crazy, bruh. And you just sitting there at the table, just. Yeah, man. No, he definitely gonna win, bro. He definitely got MVP this year. He definitely gonna have the MVP, bro. Nah, bro, he ain't gonna have MVP, bro. Nah, number 23 gonna kill him. And you just sitting there. Mm-hmm. MVP. Excuse me. Yo, what's up? Did anybody have a problem that we're eating fucking this bullshit? Bro, that's what we fighting. We gotta fight white supremacy, bro. That's what the fuck you mean, bro? How are we doing that, bro? Can someone? Is there a plan? Is there a plan? I just left the Matrix. I just left the Matrix. I was eating steak and caviar. Okay, I had a fucking Gucci suit, about $3,000. Any old niggas got a plan? Bro, we just gotta fight. What do you mean? We just got, how y'all fighting? How we fighting? Tell me how. I want to join. Bro, just FBA, bro. Yeah, fuck yeah. You out of your fucking mind, bro. Nah, bro, I don't give a fuck about any of this Black history. You can take that shit. I don't give a fuck about this book. I don't give a fuck about Powernomics. Powernomics was the worst thing I could have ever read in my fucking life. What the book said was, nigga, you're fucked. Powernomics should be one page. And the page should be, nigga, you're fucked. That should be the end of the book. I'm reading all this shit. I'm like, yo, this is some fire. When was this written? Fucking 2000. Wait, what? It was written in 2000. Yeah, that's when the book was written. Bro, I'm reading Dr. Shahrazad Ali and everything. When was this book written? What about this book? Oh, that was 1995. What? That was 1995. Bro, it's honestly like The Incredibles. When he discovers what? That's what it felt like reading these books. You're all like, you should read this one, Lucas. It's real good. You should watch this movie. It's real good. Bro, this is me. I'm like, okay, bet. Let me sit down. They've been saying that I've been cooning all this time. Okay, let me read. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. This can't be right. This can't be. This nigga was telling us we should have organized and worked together in 1995. Wait, hold up. No. They were, I just saw an interview about reparations where this black woman was debating a white supremacist. Wait, this book said that if we don't do this by the year 2006, we're going to be a super minority. Wait, hold on. They were hiring black people as black faces to say what they wanted to say? Wait, they were redlining?
So you don't know where he is?
Yeah, bruh. Yeah, bro. Y'all led me into a house of fucking fire, bro. That's on fire. Y'all led me to a house on fire. Now these Negroes is talking about, we gonna demand reparations, but we not gonna vote. What? We are the culture, Lucas. Hip hop. We started hip hop. What? Yeah, we started hip hop. You know that, bro? We started hip hop. What the fuck? What does that got to do with who owns hip hop? Who's making money off of hip hop? Bro, shit don't move unless we tell it to move. That's how that works. That's why we up here, we gotta get a museum. What? Niggas is talking about reparations, but don't have any plan for reparations? Don't want to invite people to a rally for reparations who would be able to advocate for reparations in fucking Congress? Niggas can't be this retarded. Bro, this is literally my face. Listen to some of y'all. No. Don't tell me the white supremacists were white. Don't tell me the white supremacists were right all along. No! Don't tell me fucking Patrice Cole, whatever her fucking name, was right. That bitch took the money and went to the mountains. No. No. Don't tell me Candace Owens was right all along to get herself a rich white man and blackmail him to marry her. Don't tell me Tatum was right. Niggas, don't tell me Tatum was right. Don't prove Tatum right. Please, no. No, niggas, please, no. Bruh. Lord in heaven. Lord in heaven, bruh. I mean, I don't even know where we go from here. I don't even know where I go from here. Genuinely. I guess I could just make jokes. I guess I could just make jokes. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just make jokes about everything. Man, they don't want to have us to have reparations. Can you believe these bastards don't want us to have reparation? They don't want us to have reparations because they know, I don't know, some type of joke. I don't know. We'll make a joke out of it somehow. Got black men talking about, I don't think a woman can lead. I've heard a few black men say that as to why they're not voting for Kamala Harris. Well, I don't think a woman should be leading. Nigga, didn't you come from a single parent household? Didn't your mom lead you into the man you are today? I don't know. I'm just, we just gotta find the funny. We gotta find the funny side. What's the funny of everything? That's what I'm gonna do. I used to talk, about the funny and everything. I just, I snapped out of the funny once I started realizing, oh, this shit is real. We're in trouble. It no longer was funny once I realized, oh, this shit is funny. This shit is not funny. That's when I got a little dark with it, because I was like, yo, we really not in the position that we think we're in. Bruh, I've been hearing everybody saying all this stuff. I'm like, okay, bet. Fuck yeah. We are. It'd be like asking somebody, so when we gonna pay this bill? Oh, bro, we still eating our appetizers. Okay, bet. Got you. No, yeah. How we gonna split up the check though? Bro, we figure it out once we eat the appetizers. All right. You finished with the appetizers. All right, so what's going on here? How we doing this? Doing, three-way, we splitting it. Bro, let's get dessert. Do y'all niggas have money? do y'all don't have any money, do you? I used to think like that. I used to think that life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy. Yeah. Trauma and comedy are very often related. Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. I think we're gonna just go the funny route. Because it is funny. A lot of this shit is funny, bro. It is funny. It's funny, but it's sad, but it's hilarious. They will talk shit about Breonna Taylor, but then praise Ashley Babbitt. I think that's funny. Did y'all hear the recent fucking thing that they're talking about? Fucking LeBron James told the kid to stop. And they were like, oh, he's rude. It's a little white kid. They were like, well, if it was a black kid, he wouldn't have done that. I'm just like, honestly, I'm about to put on the Joker face, to be honest with you. Just because, and then having Negroes call me up, like, do you understand that I do this like 24/7? Like, I look into stories, I read them, I try to figure out what's going on. To have someone call up and be like, oh, you a shill, you with this, you with that. Do you understand how disrespectful that is? That would be like me going into the doctor's office and saying, no, nigga, she doesn't have diabetes. It's a cold. What? She doesn't have diabetes. It's a cold. I Googled it. Okay, one of us went to med school. One of us didn't. I don't give a fuck if you went to med school. She has a cold. She just needs, you know, a stronger prescription of some Tylenol or something. Sir, I'm telling you, your wife has diabetes. It's just fucking crazy. You is not a doctor. And then we get stupid you on timeout. That's so stupid of a comment. I don't even know what to tell you. It's just crazy. Whatever your profession is, imagine someone calling you up or telling you, hey, no, you wrong. It's like, nigga, this is my job. What do you mean I'm wrong? I don't know. I think a lot of people have just gotten too comfortable with just saying their opinion. That's the problem. Trump has made people fucking way too comfortable to just say stupid shit. Like, there's no more shame nowadays, right? There used to be a moment in time where you would be shamed for saying, hey, the earth is flat or something like that. You would be shamed for saying certain things. Hey, I believe fucking Obama was a fucking reptile. You would be shamed for saying crazy things like that. Now it's like, well, it's just my opinion, bro. It's just my opinion. That's what I believe, man. That's what I believe. And it's like, fucking crazy, bro. Absolutely crazy. Anyways. Now everyone is racing to say the hottest take. Yeah. They're just saying anything now. Just fucking anything. Like, there is no more thinking. There's not even listening. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just become a cesspool. A complete cesspool. You have to laugh, otherwise you go insane. Yeah, but then here's what I've noticed. What I've noticed of a lot of wealthy black people is that they are completely detached from the collective. That's what I've noticed. And I've talked to them. I'm like, yo, because I've had like mentors and stuff like that, and they've told me, you're wasting your time. I think I've told you guys that. Where I had a he was a black millionaire. He was like, you're wasting your time. I was like, how can you say that? You're black. What do you mean? He was like, you're wasting your time. So I've noticed a lot of wealthy black people, even if you're not a millionaire, but you got some monies, right? You doing pretty okay for yourself. That they completely detach themselves from the collective. They just detach themselves. And it's not that they don't see themselves as black. They see themselves as black, but they're just like, it's not my problem. I got issues of my own, right? I got discrimination of my own. It's not my problem. And I never understood it until like recently. Because I always thought that was so fucking selfish. I'm like, bro, you so fucking selfish. You could change things like in an instant. And then I realized people don't want change. They don't. They don't want change. Even with the education, there's a great book. I think it's Saving Superman. To which she was trying to figure out what is going on with the education system. And the moral of the story was, at the end of the day, she found out that, hey, they don't want change. They don't want what's better for the kids. And I'm starting to realize that. Where Negroes don't want change. Where is it? Is it Saving Superman? Saving Superman documentary. Waiting for Superman. Is it Waiting for Superman? Yeah, it's Waiting for Superman. Yeah. 14 years ago. Yeah, I saw this. I was like, damn, that's crazy. Yeah, especially after they get money. Yeah, it's really, I don't know, it's a tough, it's a hard pill to swallow, bro.
I know I want to be a teacher. I want to be a nurse. I want to be a doctor.
How come?
Because I would like to help somebody in need.
Yeah.
You wake up every morning and you know that kids are getting a really crappy education right now.
So you think that most of the kids here are getting a crappy education right now?
Oh, I don't think they are. I know they are.
Either the kids are getting stupider every year, or something is wrong in the education system.
Either kids are getting stupider every year, or something is wrong in the education system. This was 14 years ago. 14 years ago.
I do my best in school and make my grandmother proud.
Among 30 developed countries, we rank 25th in math and 21st in science. In almost every category, we've fallen behind, except one. Kids from the USA rank #1 in confidence.
Did you hear that? Out of everything, bro, is this not one-to-one with Black Americans? Is this not one-to-one with Black Americans? What did I say? Hope and pride. Mofos will be fucking as dumb as a fucking toothpick. But be like, we FBA. No, we gonna make it work. We gonna survive. Bruh. I'm telling you, it's wild.
Kids from the USA rank #1 in confidence.
I think about 60,000 people have gone to this school in 40 years. 40,000 didn't graduate. This is the damage that this school has done in this neighborhood.
40,000, 60,000 went to the school. 40,000 didn't graduate. How, Sway? Bro, I watched this documentary and I just... If you're in a depressed state, I suggest you don't watch this documentary. That's what I would say. Because it will have you suicidal, bro. It really will.
A child that doesn't finish high school will earn less and be 8 times more likely to go to prison.
I want to go to school.
For these kids, their only chance at getting into a great school depends on whether their number is picked in a lottery.
So if Francisco doesn't get in, is there another chance?
No.
Crazy.
Your children and future generations
School lottery, bruh.
are on the bridge of the Titanic and everybody's going to drown.
Someone has taken an interest in you, someone loves you, and they recognize the importance of education. And the first student selected, 20.
9.
It takes a lot of outrage and a lot of good examples to say, yes, we can do this.
When you see a great teacher, you are seeing a work of art.
I want my kids to have better than what I had.
18.
Crazy, bro.
10. 12. 2.
Such a great song, too. If y'all don't know, that's Modest Yahoo.
And the last number?
Waiting for Superman. Crazy, bro. Crazy. They were like interviewing teachers talking about, hey, they were trying to make a change. I think, yeah. And they were just like stopped. They were just stopped. They're like, hey, the people in charge do not want to make the change. Yeah, man. It's a crazy, crazy documentary. I remember watching it a while back. I was like, what? Yeah. 346, you're on the line.
I was just looking at you right now, right? But I want to say this though, right? I feel like when they make these type of, I guess you will say, documentaries or anything like that, they don't factor in my opinion. I'm just saying it's my opinion. Not saying this, like you say, everybody has their own opinion. They don't factor in that a lot of kids aren't taught or shown how to be successful. right? So here's the biggest issue. A lot of people don't really, like I say, mature until they're in their 20s. And by that time, they probably accumulated some type of debt or some type of negative equity, like a bad car loan or something like that, to where it puts them behind financially, right? But as the black community, because I'm more focused about the black community, I ain't worried about nothing else but the black community. We have to, especially like I say, it's incumbent upon us, Lucas, the black men, have to educate the younger men that it's okay to do bad in order to do good, right? And what I mean by that is there's nothing wrong with going to school. There's nothing wrong with working. There's nothing wrong with getting an apartment and doing your due diligence to, you know, stay afloat until you get yourself ahead. Like, now, is that something that I would encourage people to do? No, it's not. But what I mean by that is, like, I don't see nothing wrong, and maybe I might be wrong by saying this, by you doing what's necessary, like getting a job, having a car note, having an apartment, paying your own bills, working 2 jobs. I don't see nothing wrong with that if we show our kids that, hey, that you can do good after going through a rough patch or a hard time. Because one of the issues is niggas feel like they can't go through the struggle. I ain't saying embrace the struggle. I'm saying the struggle goes, everybody goes through the struggle. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're going to go through a dark period of time where you broke as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Now, some people don't, but that's for the people that have roadmaps. People who don't have roadmaps, Lucas, you're going to go through a period of time where you at the bottom, my nigga. And I feel like we got to start teaching kids that them dark times don't last no years and no decades and no shit like that. So that's why I don't really say it's just like it's that bad when you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I come from that shit, and motherfuckers, they make that shit worse than me. I'm a convicted felon. They make that shit worse than what it already really what it is, bro. As long as you do the right thing and you work hard and you invest into yourself, bro, you ain't gonna never be at the bottom. I don't give a fuck what nobody tells you. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, because I gotta say, people might say I sound crazy, but it's the truth. Like, sometimes, bro, our parents didn't invest into themselves. Not everybody's parents. A lot of black people's parents and grandparents didn't invest into themselves when they had the government on their side. Like, a lot of, like, in the 90s, bro, in the 80s and 90s, bro, affirmative action was for black folks. That's why you see a lot of black men in that era or that time who had jobs, bro. They had some damn good jobs, bro. Damn good jobs. Because the government was incentivized to hire them. Now that we ain't got that, bro, because that's really why they got their fortune, was because of affirmative action. We got to figure it out a different way. We got to adjust. We got to figure out what's going on. Like, you discovered YouTube, and a lot of other brothers discovered YouTube. We got to figure it out, bro. Investments, learning, you know, we got to figure it out. We can't be, you know, stuck on this old like, for me, I don't even give a fuck about reparations. I really don't. Just make it to where we can make more money. Take away income tax. Take away taxes. Let people, you know, take 10% of my check and that's it. Not a cent more, not a dime more, nothing else. And let me figure out what I'm gonna do with my money. Cause I don't know. I'm drawing on right now. I'm going on a tangent right now. But I just feel like, but that shit ain't like how it is, bro. This coming from a convicted felon who did 10 years, who done made it out here, it's not as bad as people think it is. It's not.
What do you mean by it's not as bad as what people think it is? What do you mean by that?
Because there are a lot of people feel like they can't do anything. When you get that mind state where you can't do anything, you become trapped in your own surroundings and your own situations. So there's a lot of niggas in the hood that feel like they can't get no job. Well, of course, you know, and what we gotta understand is, until we control the narrative, we have to understand the narrative that's being painted about black people. Right now, that's gonna take years. It ain't gonna happen in me, my lifetime, your lifetime. Until black Americans control the narrative that's being painted about them in America, we have to understand the narrative that's been painted about us. Is it racist? Is it prejudiced? Is it discriminatory? Absolutely yes. But you can also do things you can also play to that stereotype. I'm not saying you gotta kiss motherfuckers' ass, you ain't gotta tap dance, you ain't gotta do none of that. But you do gotta play by rules. There's rules and everything. So you can either play the game with the rules, or you can play against the game and lose all the time. Because I don't know who like losing. I hate losing. That's one of the biggest things I hate is losing. We gotta learn how to play. We gotta learn how to play the same game that everybody else playing. If we don't play them same games, bro, we gonna be politically and financially extinct. Because the one thing we not is financially extinct. You gonna always have black millionaires that have a voice that keep black people somewhat relevant, right? But the minute that's being taken from us too, right, which it'd be damn near impossible, but let's just say it scaled back a large mark. They started regulating what we can say or how we can say it, even to a large degree. Now the black millionaires can't speak up for black problems. Now that's when you financially, you know what I'm saying, dead too. Bro, we gotta learn to play by the rules, bro. The same way them Asians coming over here, same way the Indians coming over here, the same way this white man got this shit going on, we gotta play them same rules. We gotta play dirty. We gotta get our hands dirty, bro. I'm just being honest with you. I ain't saying sell dope, but you can sell some watermelon. You can cut some grass. You can do the same shit, bro. We just gotta play the game. I'm just being honest with you. Until we learn how to do that, Lucas, you're gonna be preaching the same thing over and over again, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So how is that initiated?
First, okay, you got to put people in two groups. You got to put the pawns and the power pieces, right? And I tell people I said this is just the honest about it, bro. There's casualties in war. You got to make examples out of people, right? Now, I'm not saying you got to take a mass chunk of black people and make examples out of them, but what you have to do is you have to make a distinction between those that are willing and those who are not, right? So it's kind of going on right now. You got the conservatives and then you got us, right? We ain't finna tap dance for no white man. But then you got conservatives that do. We have to do the same thing as a whole, as a community, right? So what I mean by that, here's a prime example, right? The snitching thing, I agree wholeheartedly. And this is coming from a guy who did 10 years in prison. I will never step foot in jail for nobody except for myself. I'm not finna do not a lick of time. You're not finna kill nobody in front of me and let me walk away and say, and I know exactly who you did. No, I'm finna let the police know you did that. I don't care if you call me a snitch. I'm 30-something years old. I don't care. I will. If you do something in front of me now, that's illegal. I'm going to call the police on you. I'm just being honest with you. I don't give a fuck how anyone feels. You can call me what you want. I'm a man before anything. That's one thing we got to do. We have to start calling. Just being real. I know it's a small iota of the problems that we have, but we got to start making distinctions. We're not celebrating black men killing black men no more. You do that shit, bro. We got to start making that shit not cool, bro. Listen to drill music, whack as hell, and that comes from people, musicians, entertainers, people like you. But that shit whack. You over here listen to that whack ass shit, bro. That's really some gay ass shit. What grown man wake up thinking about another grown ass man? Talking about he trying to drill a grown ass man. That's some gay ass shit. Not there's nothing wrong with that, but you know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. We have to ostracize certain behavior. Oh, you talking about selling coochie? Oh man, we can't get down with that, bro. I don't give a damn how I don't give a damn how pretty you is, mama. You talking about nigga? You talking about selling coochie? Oh man, that's what? When my mama was growing up, that was, oh no. Being a stripper was hell no. Selling coochie? Oh no. We gotta start doing shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Ostracizing and shaming bad behavior. And we gotta start doing that as a whole, bro. Like everybody gotta start doing this shit. We can't wake up and go jam a little dirt. Bro, you talking about killing niggas, bro. Go kill that white man who killed Trayvon Martin. All you niggas got them switches and them Glocks and all that shit like that. You niggas that's willing to put the work in, y'all nigga go get that nigga. You wouldn't go put 100 bands on a nigga. But you ain't gonna put 100 bands on an innocent child a Mexican or white boy who killed an innocent child. Oh boy, you niggas lame. And I'm not saying you ostracize the niggas into clucking out and crashing out. You just take their money away from them. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we don't listen to him, the white man has no reason to give him money. If we start bringing, I ain't saying we gotta bring back the R&B and singing and crying on the phone to people. We ain't gotta do all that. I'm not saying that. We gotta go to extreme. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta start ostracizing that, like, just all type of negative stereotypes and stigmas that black people have. Just being honest. Just that we gotta do that. Because and this is one of the things I hate the most, right? I hate when people say we commit some of the most violent acts, or we commit the most violent crimes in America. That's a lie. That is a lie. That I hate that shit so goddamn much. Because the biggest states that have the largest penitentiaries, right? Because I've done the research. I had to argue with opinion people in my prison. Hispanic outnumbers us like 3-1 when violent crimes. Texas, California, go look it up. One, they got more of us. There's more of them in there. And two, they do just as much violent crime as we do. But they want to say we the ones that's doing all that shit. Nah. But I digress. We got to start shaming people, Lucas. You got to come on here and start shaming niggas. You, B. Tatum, even though y'all don't fuck with each other. All social media influence, Castanet. Bro, you niggas out there robbing and stealing. Man, that shit lame as fuck, nigga. Get you a job. Yeah, you lame as hell, nigga. You out here robbing. You still gonna be broke at the end of the week. You gonna rob a motherfucker for $500 and be broke by Tuesday, and it's Monday. You gonna buy a QP, smoke half that up, and say you trying to get on. You a cluck and a dumbass? Damn, you out of there, bro. That's a bad. You broke, a cluck, and you weak, and you out of there, bro. And you ain't getting no coochie either. Oh, you out of there, bro. You went out there and robbed somebody for $1,000 for $5. Like, just imagine you waking up. You say you trying to get it, and you don't even make $500 in hustling a week. Bro, that's lame, bro. We need y'all to start saying that. That shit's lame. How you wake up a whole week, do some hustling, and only make $400 to $500? You wake up and come home and you made $60.93. You made $100. You made $100 bum, but you spent $40 on fast food. Come on, man. And I know niggas doing that right now. Just just imagine, like Chicago. That's what my dad said to tell me. Them niggas get on my nerves. Y'all niggas doing all this drilling, all this killing, fucking hoes and bandos, and ain't none of you niggas got no job. Ain't none of you niggas got no money. You just got a pistol. Just a pistol with some bodies on it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just imagine niggas in Chicago right now. Just imagine, Lucas, you waking up, you go outside, didn't even brush your mouth, didn't brush your teeth, didn't take no shower, but you got a pistol on your hip. That shit is lame. Lame. Your girl, she ain't even got her toes done. She just feet crusty. You know what I'm saying? Coochie wearing the same panties she had on yesterday. House dirty. You know what I'm saying? She sleeping on 3 mattresses. Ain't got no bed frame. Just the headboard knocked against the wall. Y'all over here making love like it's 1979 and Al Snow. Come on, man. What's this? I'll agree. What are we talking about? That shit lame. Oh no. That's lame, Lucas. And it needs to come from y'all. Cause I didn't grow up around it. That shit is lame to me, bro. You ain't got no car. You ain't got no car. You ain't got no insurance. You barely got 2 pair of pants and 3 shirts, a $200 pistol with an extendo clip on it, and you just somehow scrounged up $200 to get a switch put on it. And you're a street nigga. serious? Are we serious? But I digress. I'll holler at y'all later. People tell me I'm talking too long. I'll let you later.
Appreciate it. Lordy. No, I definitely agree about like I said, social repercussions. 773, you're on the line.
Yo, Lucas, have you heard of the Dothan, Illinois mayor?
The what?
Dothan, Illinois mayor.
No.
All right, I got a crazy story, so go ahead and look that up on YouTube. Dolton, Illinois.
What happened?
Just look it up. It's a crazy story. It just happened like just now, so just look it up.
Y'all can't tell me what happened, bro. $708, you're on the line.
She finessed millions of taxpayers' money and disappeared.
Wait, really?
I told you this like a month ago when the story broke.
No, I don't remember. That's wild. Okay.
Dude, yeah, it's a whole movie, bro. It's pretty crazy. Right now, she's currently disappeared.
Like she left the country or something?
They don't know officially, but apparently no one can get a hold of her. And it's like 3.5 or something. Something crazy is missing. A crazy amount. But yeah, no, she's blown. Her spot's blown up when it comes to fraud and money laundering.
3.5 million?
I think, hold on, let me check. Let me make sure. Because I just saw it today. Fulton. I just saw it today. They're still trying to figure it out. Hold on, is it 3.2? No. Something crazy. Yeah, look it up. It's insane.
Wait, the police chief as well?
I didn't hear about the police chief. It's an ongoing thing, bro.
It seems that Dolton police chief, deputy police chief, indicted on bankruptcy fraud charges.
What? No. First off, Fulton is just a bad county in general. Or not county. It's a bad. It's all corrupt, pretty much. This is what's going down. Hold on.
Oof.
Who was it? I'm looking up.
Dolton dictator Mayor Tiffany Henyard faces blow to power after a village freezes credit cards, swiping like crazy. What?
Scroll down. That might be it. Yeah, that's it. You got it. That's it.
And have lost their power to swipe freely on the Queens Village credit cards when the board voted Monday to freeze municipal plastic after a spending frenzy. All right. It's like 6 million missing. They indicted him and her top aide last month. They trying to get them to flip. Oh my lord. Goodness gracious.
Get ready. Y'all get ready. Yes, you get
community, but a lot of people have been questioning her spending. She's always dressed in her best. She keeps top flight security around her, and people have been feeling like, you're taking a lot of trips. You're, on social media flossing and eating well. You're at the Four Seasons. You're at the.
You can't be eating well with those eyebrows. I'm sorry. Ladies, can we stop this? Can we stop this? This is not the look. It's never been the look, but it's really not the look.
Bellagio. You're spending a lot of money, but you only make about $200,000 a year, which is nothing.
She had 24-hour detail from the police department. Some officers were making $14K bi-weekly. What? $14K bi-weekly?
Sneeze at, okay? She's definitely making decent money, but people started questioning her spending, and they're like, with you making $200,000 a year, you seem to be flying and going all over the country and doing all these events and having a good old funky time, as if you're a millionaire. So at that point, people wanted to peel back the onions of Tiffany and figure out where is she getting the money to travel with this large staff of security, you know what I'm saying, to go on all these lavish trips. And then on top of that, she had also been blackmailing people in the community. So let's say you own your own bakery, and if you don't donate to her campaign, she'll punish you by not renewing your license. Or let's say you end up feeding the ops, right? Let's say you're a caterer and, you know, somebody who's running against her, you know, wants you to cater for their event. She'll end up pulling your catering license and, you know, making it hard for you. So she's been using her political power to bully the people in Dalton, Illinois. And, you know, people have been talking about this for over a year now, but now the chickens are coming home to roost, and this story is viral because former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, basically investigated Tiffany Henyard, and they are finding out that this woman has stolen millions of dollars from the city of Dalton. So this entire situation is a hot ass mess, and it just goes to show you that, you know, in politics, people are not really looking at the policies. They're not really investigating who they have as mayor, governor, etc. They're literally falling in love with these people's personas as opposed to their politics. So I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna watch some video clips from over.
She could have gotten away with it too if she just not done so much. Because that's exactly what all these other fools do. That's crazy.
Year ago of people calling out Tiffany and her shady ways, and what has led us to talking about her today. So follow me on this journey concerning the mayor of Dalton, Illinois, Miss Tiffany
Supervisor. What we found is raising serious questions about the use of taxpayers' dollars, employees, and equipment. Fox 32's Dane Placco investigates where all that money is going.
Man, what? Somebody knows something.
Tiffany Henyard certainly isn't shy about attracting attention. Here she is starting a Dalton Village board meeting, dressed like the Wesley Snipes character in the movie New Jack City. Later punctuating her political points with the help of her own DJ.
Every single resident. Pay me what you owe me.
This can't be real. They spent $40K on government credit card and one day on Amazon. $40K? This can't be real.
Thank you, DJ.
I gotta find a little shithole place, bro, and run for mayor.
You can't make this stuff up. She's
You
literally
really
coming
can't.
in.
That's wild. Whereas the elected supervisor, she collects more than $200,000 a year. But for all that money, Henyard's tenure at both has been chaotic, with firings, scandals, and a legal battle with the Dalton trustees over spending. So last fall, Henyard did something that would seemingly generate some good publicity, helping establish the Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation to help breast cancer patients. And on the very day the charity was chartered, it received a huge donation, $10,000, from the Thornton Township Board, which Henyard presides over.
Taxpayer money.
What? She created a foundation, and then on the board she was in, donated money to that foundation? This is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy.
Money shouldn't be paid into those types of things.
Stephanie Wiedemann is the former Thornton Township Chief of Staff whom Henyard fired shortly after taking over in March of last year.
It almost felt like a takeover, and a very aggressive one at that.
Since her firing, Wiedemann has been documenting township spending and says she's stunned by the taxpayer dollars funneled into Henyard's charity, especially this.
We got 10 days. We're going 196 miles.
Last October, Henyard led a delegation of Dalton and Thornton Township employees and political supporters on a march to Springfield to promote her breast cancer charity, which she documented on her Facebook page.
We're walking through Dalton. All right, we're in Brightwood now. We are in Godly now. We in Bloomington, baby.
I can pretty much map out their entire Springfield trip on the township credit cards.
That's right. Henyard billed thousands of dollars in hotel rooms and meals during the trip to Thornton Township and Dalton credit cards.
What?
In addition, the videos show Henyard used multiple village and township.
So what this woman
What?
is basically doing?
Hold on. I know what she's doing.
It looks like a misspending of tax funds. I think that's the biggest. That's the biggest concern.
Dalton trustee Jason House has been doing battle with the mayor since she took office.
Very disturbing to hear these things or to kind of see some of the receipts that appear to be connected to it. And I think the taxpayers really deserve better than that.
And then there's the merch.
Shirt. One of the t-shirts.
Along the way, Henyard sold and gave away
Stop
t-shirts and
it.
hoodies, also available on her charity's website. A week before the trip, the township paid $17,000 for specially printed hoodies and t-shirts, but won't say what they're for.
I think that everything she has initiated has been something to promote her, something to get her name in household, something to get people to buy into voting for her.
Our investigation found at least $11,000 in public funds spent on that trip. But both Dalton and Thornton Township have been slow or unresponsive to open records requests. So what was the purpose of the 10-day march to Springfield?
I have created a bill, which we're going to speak before the Revenue Committee, to give everybody $5,000 on their income tax when they file if you are suffering from cancer.
A noble.
You get $5,000 if you're suffering from cancer on your upon your income tax return. This isn't real, bro. This isn't real life. This is not real life. I don't believe it. This isn't real life. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. I believe this is the Matrix. I believe I'm still in the Matrix. That's what I think. That when I was eating steak, that was the real world. The real world was me eating steak. I believe the slop is the Matrix. That's what I'm starting to think. The slop is the Matrix. The real world is actually eating steak.
Goal, except the Revenue Committee wasn't meeting when the group arrived in Springfield. Henyard did later testify at a committee hearing in Chicago, but so far nothing has come of her bill.
I think I'm going to.
Okay, so like I said, this situation is a hot mess.
Wait,
so that
what?
was a year ago.
There she is front and center at the White House at a meeting for mayors this month.
Here to take care
meeting
of
for
the
mayors?
people's business.
It's how she travels that caught our eye.
But I shouldn't have to sit up here and break all this down.
Henyard serves as the mayor of Dalton and supervisor of Thornton Township, two elected positions that earned her more than $287,000 in 2022.
What?
But here's what happens when you ask her about how she spends taxpayer money.
I do not handle anything as relates to with credit cards. As you heard me speak today in my board meeting about, I do not handle that.
Some of those charges are for you, though.
No, sir.
What? You didn't go to Las Vegas? What is that?
No comment.
You don't know if you were in Las Vegas?
Of course I do.
Were you?
It's not paid by them.
Did you fly first class to Las Vegas?
Any other questions?
Political strife is a...
You can't make this up. Like, this woman has no shame. He's asking her, did you go to Las Vegas? TV show personality. Like, she should be on...
fact of life in local government here.
You the ones that's costing the village money.
I don't have that call. I would call. All right.
Okay.
What was she supposed to do? You wanted her to expound that? Don't drag out the meeting.
I made a motion.
As we've reported, public meetings frequently devolve into chaos. Municipal bills don't get paid. Several employees have sued, claiming retaliation. And some business owners claim Henyard targets her opponents. Tiffany Henyard's spending and self-promotion are big issues here. Her face is everywhere, from government mailings.
Are you serious?
To billboards. Those signs cost taxpayers more than $22,000.
2 racks?
Oh yeah.
She's also something of a social media star.
God chose me. You may have hired me, but God chose me.
Somebody knows something. Don't nobody know nothing?
Leave me alone.
I don't think she's fit to be a mayor. I think she really want to be a reality television star.
How did she get
Nikita
this job?
Cloud was Tiffany Henyard's chief of staff in Dalton for less than a year. We spoke with her after WGN Investigates first exposed how
How'd she
Henyard
get this
and other
job?
officials spent thousands of dollars on trips, meals, and more that they've refused to explain. Now, a new batch of records from Thornton Township shows the spending spree hasn't slowed. Credit card charges show that in just 5 months, township taxpayers footed the bill for more than $23,000 in restaurant meals statewide.
What?
Including this upscale winery chain and this steakhouse near O'Hare.
She going to Morton's?
Then there's the travel.
Morton's is good, I'm not gonna lie.
Officials spent more than $67,000 on trips to Portland, Austin, Atlanta, and New York City.
For what?
Many of the flights were first class. So were the accommodations. In Atlanta, they stayed at the Four Seasons, costing taxpayers more than $9,000.
Damn, what?
In New York, the bill came to $13,000 for a stay in Times Square.
What?
Nikita Cloud wasn't on those trips, but has been to many meals with Henyard and her cronies, who she says have no qualms about using public money for private enjoyment.
Oh
Over the top meals, lobster, crab legs. She liked the good stuff.
And when you were with her at these meals,
Not lobster and crab legs, baby. This lady was eating good on Dalton's dime. It's also
Last remaining Henyard opponent on the township board.
and what happens when you ask?
Nothing. Really, just no answers. I don't have any comment on that.
Trustee Jerry Jones was on that first-class trip to New York.
Still don't have a comment.
What?
Sir, you're a trustee.
But once again, I don't have a comment.
We went to a recent township meeting to get answers.
Dude, Jim Bradley, how you feeling?
That's Keith Freeman. He's Henyard's advisor at the township, village administrator in Dalton, and he's also the registered agent of Tiffany Henyard Cares.
But there's no foundation in the state of Illinois moving like we moving and shaking and grooving like we doing. Right, That's right.
Henyard's namesake charity claims to support cancer patients and has benefited from public money, but has failed to file required paperwork showing where any of its money goes. The Illinois Attorney General is now threatening legal action.
Bro, what?
My emails.
There you go. There you go. Huh? There you go. That's all you're getting from me. That's all you're getting from me today.
How come the charity hasn't filed its financial disclosures about how money was spent?
How would I know that? That's a good question, though.
A question we had hoped to pose to Tiffany.
it's amazing how all these people on her team, they don't know, they don't have the answers to anything.
How are they so
on that
flippant?
construction site. But
Went viral a few months ago on social media
Oh
as
my
well.
God,
some of
this
the
is
residents
crazy.
got the jobs over there on that.
You want to know the difference between white and black politicians in this case? White politicians know how to answer questions. They know that if you come meet them, oh, hey, how are you doing? I'm glad you get, yeah. I'm sorry, I've just been swamped with work. That's why I haven't gotten back to your emails. They've had years and years of of deception and manipulation and trickery to know how to handle as far as the media. You Negroes be like, no comment, no comment. Bruh, this is crazy. Because if you don't think that what she's doing, every single person in Congress is doing, you're crazy. You're absolutely fucking crazy. If you don't think fucking Gavin Newsom is doing the same damn thing, hell, we saw Gavin Newsom fucking sitting down with friends and family, maskless, as he told us to wear masks. We saw that. Never mind. Don't even get me started on fucking Larry Elder fucking botching that for us. But we saw that. The same damn thing. Lord.
That construction site. But you know why? Because you doing pay to play, baby. They paying you. That's why. You're doing pay to play. The reason the business people didn't get their business license, because they wouldn't pay to play with you. That is why. And the FBI know. They know everything you doing. And baby, you better come with those receipts, because if you don't, you probably played Kwame. Y'all played him, but the FBI sure enough gonna be knocking on your door at your house, coming to get your ass at 4 o'clock in the morning.
And I feel as a young black woman, you have told us
time and time again that you have the receipts. And that's all this is really about, being transparent, being open, being honest. It has nothing to do with shaming a Black woman in power, nor
Is that what she's trying to say? A Black woman? Black woman in power?
So infinitely call yourself, with a whole bunch of flyers and billboards. Yeah, the little heart was cute, but I really don't appreciate the way you played my son out of his money for the little dance camp that you also promised him that everyone else does not know about. It's not that we're stalking the Black woman in power. It's just the wrong Black woman, a Black woman who does not know how to manage finances.
Mr. Delgado, unasked that seat. You got $1.2 million between us and the township. You can go home and play with your checkbook or whatever you play with. But sitting up there, you need to go. You don't protect us. You don't represent us. You represent the mayor. First of all, it is misconduct. And if there's anything I can do about it, it's going to be done. You represent the mayor against the people's trustees. What kind of bullshit is that? And you call yourself our lawyer.
So you can see how frustrated the townspeople are with this woman. And I like the...
Keith, the nerve of you all to put your asses in front of us when you disrespect us the way you do.
I just want to say this because you've always said, let me educate y'all. Let me educate y'all. You know, and it's insulting. I mean, what are your credentials? You don't have the wherewithal to educate a preschooler, and you're trying to educate us who have degrees and other things. I mean, it is insane. Please retire that phrase. It's egregious at this point.
But my thing is, how did she get the position in the first place?
Exactly.
If she cannot educate
Ding,
the
ding,
people,
ding,
and she
ding.
doesn't have the credentials, how did
Ding,
she
ding,
become
ding,
the mayor of
ding.
Dalton? And this is the
Ding,
issue.
ding,
People are
ding,
falling in love with personalities instead of really looking at the policies. And this is really disturbing on a major level. So I'm not going to play all the townspeople's comments, but they were very, very upset. So now we're going to play the breaking news that broke today that's viral all over social media.
What happened?
Spent the day in Dalton following the investigation into Henyard spending. Tara?
Jim and Marie, former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is the special investigator in this case. And like we first told you last night, not only did she find the village of
Lori
Dalton is in
Lightfoot,
significant debt, but she also found the village's credit card spending is out of control. Mayor Tiffany Henyard didn't respond to any of my requests today, and I'm told she's not in the building. No response to repeated interview requests. I tried to track down Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard in person today. Village employees told me she wasn't in the office and didn't say when she would be, a day after this. A packed community meeting Thursday night, outburst after outburst. Following special investigator Lori Lightfoot's limited examination of Dalton's finances. Her report revealing as of May 31st, the village's general fund had a negative balance of $3.65 million. Lightfoot originally hired by trustees concerned about spending, like self-promoting taxpayer-funded billboards, ads, plus spending on lavish dinners and trips.
Why are we going to these places? What's happening here?
Dalton trustee Brittany Norwood sat down with the CBS News Chicago investigators in February, telling us then trustees were denied requested bank statements.
You're having the same reaction that we did when we saw her.
With credit card spending out of control.
Receipts for credit card purchases are rarely provided.
Lightfoot further uncovering spending that doesn't add up. The report shows $40,000 spent on Amazon purchases in one day, money that's unaccounted for.
These are somebody using one of the credit cards.
Another question lingering here, money spent on police overtime, with 2 officers racking up 6 figures in pure OT, $108,000 and $114,000.
And OT?
Like, seriously, how can you spend 40 grand on Amazon in one day? Not in a month,
can do that.
not in 6 months. disturbed.
Back from one of them. Of course, we also haven't heard back from Mayor Tiffany Henyard. If any of that changes, we'll update the story that's up on our website right now, where you can find all of our coverage of these issues here in Dalton.
So we don't know where she is.
We are enraged, and we are so ready for all of this to be over with so that we can carry on.
Oh my God.
It was a full house, and some of the people in the room tonight are the same ones who attend the monthly meetings with the mayor. They witnessed the dysfunction there, now seeing for themselves the numbers behind that fighting. One of the biggest reactions from the crowd tonight came when Lightfoot presented an example of police overtime. 2 officers making more in overtime than their base salaries, totaling $192,000 for one officer, the other $227,000 in the last fiscal year. The acting police chief, who we learned tonight has been terminated, isn't even eligible for overtime, and yet he's gotten more than $200,000 in OT over the last 4 fiscal years. And then, of course, there's the credit card spending.
$40,000 at Amazon.
Oh my God.
What a slap in the face to everybody that reside in 60419 zip code.
All right, so that is the story of Tiffany Henyard. Like I said, this has been a roller coaster ride watching this play out for the past year. Because this woman has gaslighted anybody who questioned her.
Bruh. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Imagine all the good she could have done with that. 708, you're on the line.
Hey, I'ma just say this. They got good soul food, okay? That's all I'm gonna say.
What?
Good. They got good soul food.
They got good soul food.
100%. It's redeemable. It's redeemable.
What does that have to do with anything? What? I'm gonna have to limit these streams, bro. Y'all can get my blood pressure up. Y'all gonna get my blood pressure up. I gotta limit these streams, bro. Instead of 3 days of disagreement day or something, we only gotta do 2. We gotta do 2, or we gotta have like a, I don't know, a money threshold or something. Where if we hit this, if we hit this cap for the fucking disagreement day, we'll continue on. I can't do this, bro. I can't keep doing this. Y'all, I'm gonna die on stream. 240, you're on the line.
Well, if we hit this task for the focus, today with
240, you're on the line.
I'm gonna die on.
Hey, yeah, we still talking about Tiffany?
240, you're on the line.
Yeah. Hey, this is Kurt from D. Yeah, that woman is a super criminal.
Hey, we still talking about Tiffany?
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, that's some real bad stuff she was doing there, though. You know, she used that whole town as her bank account or as a credit card or whatever.
Yeah,
they should have booted her out of there a long time ago. A long time ago. That's why, you know, we got to vote our interest instead of just somebody we think is okay looking or something. That was a huge mistake, man.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear how her campaigning was.
Man, dude, one thing I'd say is that you should go ahead and marry her, though, Lucas, before they throw her in jail.
Maybe she can send some money my way.
Yeah, she's actually, you know, that's, you know, like you said, she's not doing something that the other politicians don't do. They're all doing the same thing. They're just as dirty, very, very dirty. She's running like a, you know, what was that in Batman Returns? Kind of like when the Penguin became the mayor and shit. That motherfucker just did what the fuck he wanted to do. She's doing the same thing, man. she's a super mayor, right? But I mean, she's a thief, though. She probably gives criminally good head, though. That's why she convinced some of these stooge dudes to go along with her, though. Yeah, I'll get back with you, man.
All right, man. Woo-wee. All right. Nash, what is it? Did you butt dial? On that note, we're gonna end the stream. Great stream. A lot of to think about. Everyone, take care. Stay safe. Don't drink and drive.